Hello and welcome to today. See you next Thursday. Sorry we're a bit late, but Seamus was busy running some errands for Quincy Promise. Apparently something about being a mule or something. I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but anyway, yeah, he had to get something out of his, what was it he said, rear end or something. I don't know. I wasn't really listening. You're taking the notice, so sorry about that. Yeah, we had to wait for him to be ready, and today it's just myself and Ed 712, Seamus. So how's it going, mate? I mean, you must be gutted about him being arrested, because that's your source of employment gone now, isn't it?
I thought like with the gimmick that's on, it would work the other way around. Like she would be the mule for me, and
Ah,
that's how
wow.
it operates and all. You
Good
missed the
point.
trick there, buddy. You missed the trick.
Good point. Ah, you're right.
You're getting it's getting too late for
Do
you,
you know
and you're
what?
getting too old.
No, I tell you what it is. I was reading something the other day, and I'm gonna get into real trouble. My girlfriend's gonna fucking batter me when when she hears this, because she will hear it, because she always listens to make sure I don't say anything that's like bad about her, for some or anything. And actually, she finds a pick fault and everything. You know what it's like. Anyway, yeah. So there was a study done, and they were saying that people that don't get sexual satisfaction lose their memory starts to go. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? I've forgotten now.
Ah, good one, good one.
I'm, I'm so dead when she hears that. Yeah, anyway, yeah, so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, you and Quincy Promise. How did you work? What are you going to do without him? You got any plans for other prominent footballers you may be thinking about employing? Well, not really
I don't know.
prominent, is he? Apart from for stabbing his cousin or whatever it was at that family barbecue and that, I think that's all he's prominent for these days, isn't it?
He was like out of the limelight for quite a while.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he went out to Russia, didn't he? Spartak Moscow, wasn't it?
No, I think he had returned to the Netherlands actually.
Yeah,
Might
he
have
had when he
played
stood to
for
stab him.
Ajax.
But but I mean, before that, he'd gone out of the limelight because he went out there, and they don't, you don't tend to see any coverage of the Russian league, do you? Really? And or I haven't anyway. Never see it. It's one of those leagues that don't seem to be very well covered on TV. Anyway, should we move on? What we're going to talk about today? I think you can introduce the topic today because you must be
Uh,
excited to
Premier
talk about
League
this.
season review.
Yeah, you must be
It's
excited
the
about this one
no.
because you've
I want
actually
to be
done.
very clear. Listen, I want to be very clear. It's the Premier League season review. It's not the season review because for some like elite clubs, the season is yet to be over.
Elite clubs? You mean like
Yeah, Manchester United.
Manchester City? Of course, they've still got two finals to play, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got to lose. They still have two more games to lose.
You're open. Can you see that happening?
I can, like I've said it many times. Don't ask me, can something happen? Kind
No,
of a question.
okay.
It's yes, it
Will
can.
will it happen? Are you going to put your neck on the line here? Will United beat City?
I I think City going to the game as favorites is a
Oh,
like one of game. Anything could happen. Obviously, it's
mm.
like you have to say those things. I think we might win it, and I've had a like I have this hunch. I have a gut feeling that Inter are gonna win the Champions League actually, and I had this gut feeling before they even like before Man City even got to the final.
Do you know what I've got to say is if you're Man United, you're a Man United player, you've got to be thinking I'm going to crunch these bastards every time they get near the ball because they've got a Champions League final a few days afterwards, and let's just see how their bottle goes because they're not going to want to miss that, are they? Any player in
Yeah,
this
and also for our players, it's the last game of the season.
exactly.
If we end up with a knock or something, fair enough. You have to show pride, you have to show passion, determination, hunger, and most importantly, you have to realize the fact that Manchester United is the only English team to win the Premier League and both the cups. That shouldn't change. That should be the attitude for the players.
Mm. Yeah, it should matter.
But
I see what you
yeah,
mean. It should matter, but
it should matter to the players that
yeah,
we're still the only club that has done it.
yeah, it's going to be a tough one though. It's certainly not easy.
Like the final being against Manchester City, with City going for the treble, it's just that just makes the final that extra bit important. If it was like us playing a Crystal Palace, then it would be slightly less important. But
Yeah,
since it's
and
not
you,
just because they are not just because they are city rivals, but also they're going for something that's it's not just the FA Cup on the line; it's the treble on the line. For me, at least, that is how the players should approach it. That is how the players should see it. But that's that's a preview. We're not doing a preview. We're doing a review.
oh yeah, sorry, yeah. So anyway, should we start at the top or start at the bottom? Where do you want to begin? Start at the bottom, work our way up.
Yeah, well, we can start at the ball. Like I think we can start at the bottom.
Yeah, let's
Just
start at
get
the
it
bottom.
over with.
Southampton.
Yeah, it was just coming for a few seasons. They were just gradually getting worse and worse. You know what? It's that victory against Liverpool that took them to the top of the table for a few hours. That has been the turning point for them. Like from then on, they've never been that brilliant. Do you remember that game when like
It, when he cried afterwards, hasn't it?
yeah, he broke into tears.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you
They've
got.
never like fully recovered. They've never been as impressive ever since that game.
I think part of the problem was because they beat a team that Liverpool were absolutely flying, obviously at the time, and were the team to beat. I think the problem was that they thought they got, that result meant that they got the right man, and they gave him everything, every power at the club, got to put him in charge of everything possible, and he just wasn't very good. It was a fluke. Let's be honest. It wasn't a quality bit of management from him. It was a one-off. He's never done it. He's not that good. He wasn't that good. He just got a one-off result, which can happen. And I think that you're right. I think that is the turning point, and that was where it all went wrong for them. But like I said, because they gave him all the power at the club, he was in charge of transfers, he was in charge of the youth academy, he was you know what I mean? He was in charge of the way they played every level of the game, and
And they've also had a change of ownership recently. Probably few of the backroom staffs that moved on, been
yeah, that
replaced or
came
not.
afterwards. That came
Uh,
later. That was, but I'm saying because I think that was and that was the killer was the owners are just useless. They haven't got a clue. Just I mean everything they've done since they've been in that Nathan. I mean, I keep saying it, but it's just so ridiculous to see them appoint someone who's a long ball merchant when they've got a bunch of players who like to play football on the ground. You recruit heavily a certain type of player, and then bring in a manager who plays a completely different style to the way to the players you've got. What goes through people's heads when they do things like that?
it's quite confusing.
Yeah, I mean, they
If
deliver.
if they had gone in for someone like young up and coming to play like to go along with your youth recruitment policy they had taken this summer, then maybe you could have understood it. It's like the transfers, the players, the playing staff was pulling in one direction, and then with Nathan Jones is like completely going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and I get he's young and up and coming. Like you said, it's one thing, but he wasn't like up and coming in a style that suited the players they had. There was plenty of options around. It's not like they couldn't have gone for someone else. it makes
Yeah, if they wanted a safe hand in inverted commas, then you could have gone with Sondage, who was
hmm
probably available. You could have gone with Big Sam. Like we make fun of him and all that, but if you wanted security, that's how you said it, right?
yeah.
Then at least go along with the tried and trusted method. You don't take risk with something that has huge downfall and relatively no upside.
Yeah, I mean everything he'd done at he'd already failed at Stoke,
Stoke.
wasn't it? Yeah, he'd already failed miserably at Stoke. So you know that he's not the right man to step up. He just suits where he was at Luton. So why would you take him further? It just makes sometimes you just look at it and you think, how do these people get in such a position of power when they've got absolutely no brains and no idea how to make a decision?
And they ended the season with third, the third manager, I think. Now he's also gone. Ruben says,
Yeah. Well, wasn't he just caretaker manager anyway?
yeah, interim caretaker or something, but
Yeah, interim.
now he's leaving the club.
Interim.
They're not retaining his services. Like,
You're interiming as well, aren't you?
no.
Are you sure? I heard you. Rob told me you were. Just saying. Anyway, yeah. So you'll have to Google that one, figure out what I meant. Sorry. Should have. I've just realised you probably don't even know what ribbon is because it's obviously an English slang term.
What?
Never
What
mind.
was it?
Never mind.
No, no, no. I'm trying to Google it.
I'm not sure it's a subject we should be discussing on the podcast, really, Rimmon, but you know, if it's up to you if you want to. Yeah. Anyway, shall we move on to? Well, I mean, is there anything else we can say about Southampton? Have they got any good players? If you were looking at them as a club that did stay up, is there any are there players you'd be looking to cherry pick for your team? No.
I think the standout candidate that most of the team playing for European football would be like Romeo Lavia.
Hmm.
He's had an impressive campaign, but recently, like I heard slash read somewhere that he he has good games when the television cameras are on, and not so great performances when they're not.
He's a kid. He's inconsistent. That's very true.
No, no, no.
But
There
there
is what
is
I
a
thought.
definite. Yeah.
Maybe it's because he's a kid, but also like maybe
Southampton.
he's a bit of a like Sissoko.
Well,
I remember
Southampton
him
fans
for
said that about Mane as well, and Van Dijk, and you can go through a list of their players. It seems to be something Southampton fans levy as an accusation against every single one of their players that gets that gets looked at by bigger clubs. I don't understand it. I don't know whether it's a genuine thing they have a problem with, or whether it's just their fans seem to think that any player that gonna get a bigger move only turns up for them when the TV cameras are there. Honestly, it is something. As long as I can remember, their fans have been saying that about every player.
and also like for some players like playing if there is television cameras over at Southampton, it means they're playing a better team, like bigger side. And for some players, it's a motivational thing as well.
Or it can be a change of the way the team are playing. It suits the way they play as
Oh
well.
yeah,
When you're a
also
player,
like very good point.
yeah, when you're a player like Lavia who breaks up playing that against the bigger team, he's going to get more chance to do that and so showcase what he can do. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
there could be many factors,
yeah,
but most importantly, he's very young, so inconsistency shouldn't be surprising.
yeah. If he's consistent at that age, it'd be a shock. It's very rare. I
Yeah,
can't.
We have to try to be very swift, man. We've got 20 teams.
What
Sorry.
I was going to say,
Sorry to cut you off.
what about
No,
Bella Kotchap?
yeah, I was gonna go along with
All
all
right,
the players.
all right.
Bella Kotchap, he had an impressive start to the season. I don't know how it went along. So if a team is looking for like backup slash a player who's gonna challenge for the first team position at centre back, he would be a very good player to look at. And I don't think he's gonna cost too much either because he joined for less than 10 million in the summer. I wonder if some of these players even have a relegation clause written in their contract.
I should think
Salisu,
all of them will have some kind of relegation clause, but usually it's just about wage drops.
yeah, also Salisu, he's
Yeah,
worth a look.
left-footed as
Left
well,
footed
isn't he?
centre back. Yeah, left
Yeah,
footed centre back has had a
yeah.
few, like 2, 3 seasons in the Premier League now, so should be quite well versed with the league and the language, everything. Uh, I actually think their left back is also pretty decent. Roman Perro. Kyle Walker Peters, I don't know why Spurs let him go,
No,
but
no. That's a
like
very good
if
point.
a team is looking for well, if you're a low like mid table, low mid table team, then it's worth a look. And even if you're looking for a backup, like let's say it's reported Arsenal want a backup right back, he would be worth a shot. And he's also very versatile, can play left back as well.
I think
Has played left back pretty well.
I think a team
Like
like Villa, who've just let obviously Ashley Young go, who was their um, first choice right
right
back
back.
for long portions of the season, I would think he'd be a very good signing for them, Kyle Walker Peters.
Yeah, like well, yeah, that's a very good shout. Especially with European football, they need squad depth as well.
Hang on, just got to change the battery in my headphones.
Yeah, I'll just keep on talking then.
Good, thank you.
Kamaldin Sulemana, the hero for the final match day, scoring 2 goals against Liverpool. But I don't know whether they're on loan or permanent signing. I
I
don't know.
I don't know either because I don't know who you were talking about as I couldn't hear.
Kamaldin Sulemana.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I don't know whether he's gone or
I don't know whether it was a loan with an option to buy or whether it was a permanent transfer like what it was.
I can't
He's a
remember.
very young, he's a very young player.
Yeah.
Exciting, quick. Those sorts of words can apply to him. Yeah, he signed on a permanent, and he's got a freaking long contract actually.
Really?
Yeah, 2027, summer 2027, 4 years. He only joined in the January transfer window.
Uh,
He,
what about Coletta Carr? What do you think of him?
he's not played enough times, and
Okay.
he's only played once when I've even remotely watched Southampton.
Okay. Just wondered if you knew him before.
Yeah, I know he's the guy who was previously at Marseille,
Hmm.
nearly joined Liverpool. There was some kind of confusion slash issue with the way Liverpool approached him.
I'm
He
sure.
he probably is gonna get a move because there was a time when he was only gonna join a Champions League team.
Hmm. Yeah, it was quite shocking that he ended up there.
Yeah,
So,
how the turntables.
yeah, and now he's struggling badly. Um,
And one guy that is definitely gonna get a Premier League move is James Ward. James Ward-Prowse.
well, obviously, because he's so. Um,
I said it last week. I'm gonna say it again. He's gonna join West Ham as part of the midfield rebuild once Declan Rice leaves.
yeah, probably. Does seem to
That's
kind
my
of
prediction. That's my
coincide.
prediction. Write it down. If it comes right, then that's gonna be the first thing that gets on the
Well, I can't write it down
paper.
if it's not right.
No, keep a note of this Although I actually do remember what my correct shout was. One shout. That was Arthur is gonna fail miserably at
Who?
Liverpool. Yeah, basically who? Arthur.
Yeah, I
Arthur
think
Melo.
that don't think that counts as I think everyone knew that.
No, but I still have to take credit wherever I can get. So anyways, next up, it's Leeds. Yeah, Leeds finished 19th.
So you wouldn't? I was just going to say there's two others I was thinking of possibilities. Um, what's his name? Carlos Alcaraz, midfielder, Argentine lad. No, or have we not seen
It
him?
is very raw. No, it's very raw. I've seen him. I've seen him. He scored against Southampton. He had it.
Against Southampton, did he?
Yeah, genius.
Wow, can't be that good then.
They scored
Is it
against
okay?
Arsenal.
Yeah.
No, but for a lot of these players, it's also not the
Hmm.
worst shout to try and get promoted with Southampton.
Hmm.
Because
Good point.
they're relatively, most of them are very young, not just most of them are like around 20, 21, something
Yeah.
like that. And they've got a decent time left on the contract. Having a season in the championship with regular football isn't the worst idea for a lot of them either.
No, it's a good way to build up your profile. I was wondering about that Sulemana. I know he scored twice against Liverpool, but that's the only time I've ever seen him. So I didn't know if
Yeah,
it's any
he's
good.
been a bit, no, he's been a bit wasteful. And you know, like how a lot of these players pop on my radar, it's because we get linked to virtually fucking everybody that kicks the ball.
Yeah, but now
He was linked. Yeah, he was linked with us when we were after Sancho.
well, if Edward Woodward was still there, you might well be signing him.
For 125 million.
Yeah, well, depends if he can get a discount down to that. Yeah. But yeah, that's the kind of signing.
Alcaraz and who was the other guy? We
Sulemana.
said two players. No, Suleiman I had already sorted out.
Yeah, we've already discussed it. Should we move on to Leeds then?
Yeah, Leeds. Okay, I'm just gonna list the players. I'm not gonna give too much of a review because I'm nearly sure.
They just they were awful. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
But it's
no,
their own
we've covered
fault.
them
They
enough.
should've-
JC
yeah,
Marks.
They should have sacked him sooner. It's their own fault. They got themselves.
No,
a mess.
no,
The
no,
team
no,
isn't
no,
good
no.
enough.
Sorry, Chris. No, sorry. That's not like. I know I wasn't as down on the whole appointment as you guys were, but they should never have appointed him.
Oh yeah, I know, that goes without saying. I think everyone knew that as well. It was one of those appointments. Think what the hell, and the fact that he was in the running for the Leicester job afterwards. I mean, what the fuck was that all about? Sorry,
No, it's
sorry
not.
to swear,
Sorry,
but
no,
I
no, no.
can't let-
It wasn't he was in the running for the job. He actually turned the job down
Yeah,
because
that's
they
what I mean.
couldn't give him the long enough deal.
It's like, oh,
He turned them down. They were.
how does that
We'll get to
happen?
Leicester. Or
Yeah.
maybe we can cover both of them
No,
together.
we'll just
lump
carry
them
on with
together.
Leeds. Carry on with Leeds. Finish it off. Okay,
They should
players.
never have appointed March.
Yep.
And then they go on with a downgrade. I didn't know that was possible, but they went on
Oh,
a
they
downgrade
managed it,
from
yeah.
Jesse March.
That took
Javi
some doing.
Gracia. Javi Gracia, he didn't last, and then finally they brought in a manager as good as what's his name?
The greatest English manager of all time.
Yeah, as good as Pep Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp, Mikel Arteta.
Yeah, and he still failed. Doesn't say a lot for Leeds, really, does it? That even he failed.
Yeah, but that's a brilliant, like, what? That's an amazing month for you, man. For anybody, you get 4 games. It's basically a free, and you get a lot of money for that. More than $500,000 for 4 games. If you win,
See.
you're like genius. If you lose, it's like okay, they were already on
Yeah.
a downward spiral. Having said that, apparently Leeds were actually not in the relegation zone when Big Sam took over. And
Exactly.
it seems to have been forgotten. Even I had forgotten it. They were actually
Yep.
17th.
Yeah, they were the one just above the relegation places until they gave the job to Sam Allardyce, the legend, the legend in his own lunchtime, Sam Allardyce. The only man he,
Humble as ever. Humble grandfather,
yeah,
granddad.
the humble granddad of his pint of wine.
The only manager to have 100% record with England. I can forget.
Legend, legend. If legend means in your own mind, because that's the only place he's a legend. Let's be honest.
Well, the players I think are worth a look from Leeds. That's how we're gonna go. Melier had a down year.
Oh,
I
it
don't
was
know what
horrible.
happened.
To
Like
be,
if you're looking for a backup keeper to replace your older guy in a year, 2 years, 3 year time.
yeah, but I think you'd look elsewhere because you want someone who can step in and be reliable, and he's shown he's not that reliable at the moment. He's someone that needs to be playing regular football. I think dropping down to the Championship might actually do him world of good.
Yeah, that's the catch 22 situation, isn't it? Like he won't get better by playing, like by not playing regularly, by playing like a few games here, like 1 or 2 games every month or twice, like 2 months, 3 months time. But if you're signing him, then from the back of the season is that you're not gonna be confident having him as your number one. So maybe it's not the best idea for him to move this season.
Do you know
Like
what? I'm looking at their squad, and I don't think there's a single player that if I was looking to cherry pick from, the only one I'd be interested in, I would say Tyler Adams, but his attitude left a huge amount to be desired. He buggered off on holiday when he got injured. You know, it's like your team's in a relegation fight and you just bugger off on holiday to Italy. I mean, surely you stay and support them, don't you? Or I would think so anyway, wouldn't you? Um, yeah, who else? I was going to say the one player, if he was younger, Stuart Dallas,
Nyonto,
would be a brilliant signing. They really missed him.
Nyonto, no,
And then there's
Nyonto.
Gnonto,
There you
yeah.
go. Yeah.
But he had a terrible end to the season. He was awful. But he's 19 years old, so and the team was having a disaster. So is that him or is that the team playing so bad? But other than that, you look at their squad and it's just they've got nothing. That Bamford's dog shit. I don't understand why they like him. He could. I mean, I've never seen a player miss so many chances as him, other than says Shane Long. The only player I can think of that's missed more chances. He's 29 years old as well, Bamford. It's not like he's a kid. And then, see, they'd had a reliable striker up front. That's the thing that Sam Allardyce did. He brought Bamford in. Rodrigo had been playing up front for Leeds, and he'd been scoring goals. When Allardyce took over, he put Bamford up front and dropped Rodrigo from the place, like, and they struggled for goals afterwards, unsurprisingly, because Bamford couldn't hit a bloody barn door if he was an inch away from it. So,
I can't think of a standout candidate, like you said.
I wouldn't.
I'm like maybe 1 or 2 players, like more than probably 5 or 6 players are gonna get a Premier League move. But I don't.
Yeah, there's no.
Regardless of which team I was recruiting for, I wouldn't be
No,
chasing hard. Yeah, I wouldn't be chasing hardly after any of the Leeds
no.
players.
Even if I was an Everton who finished the bottom of the team, so they should technically on the face of it they'd have the weakest squad, so the easiest to improve. You wouldn't be looking at anyone from Leeds, would you?
I wouldn't be chasing after them.
No, they've been very unimpressive, and they've rightly gone down. Um,
So
June.
next up is Leicester. We have to try to be a bit quicker, man. Leicester started the season with I don't know how many losses, like how many poor performances. Had a horrendous summer transfer window. Left it too late to sell Wesley Fofana, and then couldn't do anything with the money. Had relatively like no money to invest in this squad, and as it is with Brendan Rodgers, the team had gradually gotten worse and worse every season. And finally, the defense had completely lost its shape organization from the previous regime.
Yeah, it's become a
And
Brendan Rodgers defence.
whether anybody likes Brendan Rodgers or not, I don't. Even if someone is a huge supporter of his, one thing you can never say for him is he can organize a defense. He fucking can never do that.
No, he's awful at it. He's terrible at it. That
But
is definitely his
oh,
weakest.
how the mighty have fallen!
Mm. Yeah, because he came in on the back of winning all those leagues for Celtic. Admittedly, I mean, this is the thing people forget is when he took over, where were Rangers? They were in the
Second
lower
tier,
leagues. Yeah, they were in the lower league. And by the time they come back up and got into a position to challenge, he jumped ship. So he never had any competition, any genuine competition in his entire time there. So what he won, I mean, it's just in a one-team league. He won everything. Oh wow, that's just like what you should do, really, isn't it? It's not like he's actually achieved anything. So all he's done is he's come back down and he's shown that it really wasn't an achievement because he literally isn't any good.
but what I actually meant was Leicester. Oh, how the mighty have fallen from the Premier League
Oh yeah.
champions 7 seasons ago to a Premier League relegation.
That
Like,
this.
if it had happened in like 15, 20 years when they like gradually go slowly a level below, then it would be more digestible. But they were competing for European places like until not last season, I think the season before.
Mm. But you look at their squad and there isn't a lot there. Luke Thomas looks a decent player.
But come on, no, they have a lot of players that look decent, like that didn't look out of place when they were competing for European places.
Mm.
That's the thing. The keepers, like the less said about them, the
Oh,
better.
they're
They were
awful, all
like
three of them.
horrendous.
Yeah.
Timothy Castagna is a very decent player.
Yeah,
Like,
I do like him. He's been.
seems to seems to struggle with injuries every so often, but
And Rodgers
a
didn't
very
like him for
decent
some
player.
reason.
Yeah.
He always used to leave, he'd drop him the minute there was anybody else to pick, which is bizarre.
James Justin has had a horrendous time with injury. I don't think there's any point with anyone looking at him. He should just try and get a season
Same with
with
Pereira.
without much injuries. Pereira probably goes back to Portugal.
Mm. If Johnny Evans was
Mm,
younger, he'd be the one you'd
yeah, but
jump on.
yeah, I
He's
wouldn't even be
35.
surprised if he called it quits.
Yeah,
And persistent injury problems as well.
yeah. It's
35 and persistent injuries.
such a shame.
So Yunchu is already leaving. Not that he's that brilliant, but he's leaving anyways.
Shit. Let's be honest, he's crap.
About Faiz, I don't know what to make of him.
Good goal
I think
scorer.
he's too slow. Yeah.
I wouldn't touch him with a barge pole though, because I don't rate him at all as a defender.
Yeah, he's too slow, both with his feet and with his mind for to make up for it.
I think that's the problem with Suter as well. He's just a bit slow.
No,
With his
I
not
think
not
Harry
with his
Suter.
feet, with his head.
I think Harry Suter is just the Australian Harry.
Yeah, could be. He's actually Scottish. He's actually Scottish, but like plays for Australia because like that's how desperate the Australians are that even Scots has improved them.
You do realize that Rob might
Is Rob listening?
at
I
some
hope
point
so.
might give it a listen.
I hope so. That's what I was saying it for.
But Tielemans, I don't think we can afford to
oh,
go on a tangent.
yeah.
You do realize we didn't finish what was on the agenda last week either.
No, nowhere near, but it doesn't matter. We've done plenty. It's a sad
Yeah,
shame.
Tielemans.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, come on, let me just finish. Come
I
on,
thought
let's try and get
you'd
rid of
stopped. Yeah, you'd stopped,
Leicester.
so I got it. I go.
Tielemans has officially come out and confirmed his departure from Leicester. Maybe Liverpool can pick him up on a free.
Oh, please God, no.
Oh God,
Arsenal were
yes,
looking
please.
at him. Arsenal were the ones interested in him.
And sadly, there was some level of interest from the red half of Manchester as well.
I don't get it. I do not get what people see in him at all. He's a story.
I'll just say one thing. I'll just say one thing. Like, I was never a big fan of Christian Eriksen. I was like, all the emotions aside, all the other factors, just as a player, I was never too enamored with him. And he's changed my opinion on him since joining Man United. Maybe Ten Hag can do something with Tielemans as well.
Yeah, but Ericsson, one was a grafter, and two, he's got something to play for now. You know, this is, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
it's,
exactly right.
so,
That should be a worry for any team that's gonna sign Tielemans. He basically had like a holiday camp in this season,
mm.
virtually non-existent. Even when I watched Leicester play, I couldn't tell you whether I saw him play one game, even a single game. I just remember the guy you like from Leicester, Dewsbury Hall.
I think he'll get a move to a Premier League side. He's definitely a Premier League quality. Would I take him at Liverpool? No, I don't think he's that good. But I do think he's a very decent player, and I do think he's. If he was a bit younger, I'd be saying he's still got a lot more to go. But at 24, I thought he was only like 22, 21. So
He's 24.
yeah, I didn't realise he was 24. I thought he was only a kid.
Oh, I thought he was 21.
Yeah, me. That changed. Well, as soon as I seen that, I was like, oh, that changes it. He should be coming into his peak years rather than. So yeah, that changed my opinion. As soon as I seen that, I was like, oh,
No,
he's still gonna
for
move.
an Everton, he would be a
Oh, brilliant.
very good pick. For a West Ham, for a
Shame,
Palace, teams like that,
shame about Indeed.
or maybe even Wolves.
Oh
Maybe
yeah.
even Wolves
Oh,
if they're
brilliant.
gonna lose a lot of players. Yeah, and I agree. Same about Ndidi. He's had quite a few injuries. He's now completely out of the picture. And Leicester, maybe a move is gonna rejuvenate his career. You never know.
Yeah, he's only 26 still. I mean, I thought he'd be getting on for 30, but yeah. So still got a few years left in him, but those injuries. They don't get any better, do they, over time when you've had bad injuries in your career?
Yeah, unless you've been grossly mismanaged by the
Yeah,
club,
true.
which I actually don't want to accuse Leicester of with Ndidi. I think sometimes players just become injury prone. That's the sad reality. One guy who's definitely gonna get a move away from Leicester is James Maddison.
Yeah, he'll definitely get a move, but where to? Because he's got a stinking
Leicester,
attitude.
yeah, but Leicester fought against the Newcastle interest last summer as well. So maybe Newcastle come back in for him.
Yeah.
Uh, Maybe an Arsenal look at him again. They were interested beforehand. Maybe Chelsea come in for him as a Mason Mount replacement. You never know.
He's got the quality. That's the thing. He's got so much quality, but his attitude's
A few,
honking.
a few seasons back, I would have taken him at Man United.
Oh yeah, brilliant. But his attitude just has held him back and stopped him moving up a level.
And also, like, I was watching, I watched Steve Nichols say that if there was ever a player that jumped at you as a Spursy kind of guy, it's James Madison.
Yeah.
Can be brilliant every like once or twice a month, like every 3-4 games, and it can be non-existent for the other 3 games in between.
Yeah, that's a very good point. His lifestyle is not conducive to a top player. Let's be honest. What about Barnes? What do you think of Harvey Barnes?
She's a trier, but
Oh,
I think I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something that just screams Abra about him for me.
I
And
think
he
his
actually seems to score bangers.
yeah, but his technique is poor. I mean, it's rare because he's inconsistent technique because he's not got a good striking technique, which is why his crossing's so inconsistent as well.
Yeah, maybe like I said, I can't quite like pinpoint it, but something about him just screams not
Hard,
good enough for me.
yeah, he's hard working, but I think he's poor. He's not like poor as in like a lower league player. I mean, like for a Premier League player, he's poor technique.
Substandard.
Yeah, when you look at someone like Hakpo, I thought you might want a chance to say Hakpo, so. Yeah, anyway, if you look at someone like him, the reason why he does so well and why he scores on with very few chances needed is because his technique is absolutely superlative. That's what makes him so good. It's nothing. It's he's technically almost perfect. You know what I mean? He just strikes the ball and it stays struck. It's not hard. He's not he's not got power, but he just hits it lovely, you know what I mean? And that's why he scores so many with so few shots. But Barnes, he wallops them, but they can go anywhere. It's hit and hope a lot of the time, really, and that's down to poor technique. It used to be quite a common problem with English players, but they've improved. They've improved the coaching on the side of technique, so you tend to see more of the lovely touch players, but they don't tend to be the same graft as they used to have anymore. Unfortunately, if they could if they could put the two together, if they could put Barnes' graft with someone's, with quality technique, yeah, he'd be an outstanding player. But he's just not got it, has he? Let's be honest. He should be at the Championship. That's for me. That's his level.
Also, like he had a pretty horrible injury not so long ago, so maybe like with many players, I know I've been going on about it like a broken record. Maybe a season of first team football in Championship is better than 20 games in the Premier League next season.
Yeah, I agree. Daka is the other one I think that's got a possibility of moving up.
Yeah, but he's not been that brilliant. That's the thing. Again, I think a season in the Champions League of like week in week out football isn't gonna be the worst idea for him either.
Whereas I'd say if you're someone like Everton who's desperate for a striker, he ticks most of the boxes, got extreme pace. Okay, he doesn't score enough, but then, he's playing for
But then
playing for
you're
Leicester, and
replacing Neil Maupay.
yeah.
That's how you're gonna put it.
Yeah, he's a step up, isn't he? He's an improvement. At least he provides you a focal point up front, someone you can ping the ball over the top to if you're under pressure as well. And his pace, most of the time you should be able to get onto it, or at least put the defence under pressure and allow you to step up. You know what I mean? Get yourself out of the defensive zone. Do you think Vardy will retire, or do you think he still needs to pay all those legal bills for his misses?
I don't think he's gonna retire. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of the promoted teams took him on
Would
as
you?
a backup. No, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, hang on a minute. I spoke
Luton?
too soon. I thought it was gonna be Sheffield United, but he's a Sheffield Wednesday boy. I take
Yeah.
back what I said. I
Yeah, I
take
was
back what
trying
I
to
said.
think. I can't see. That's what I was trying to think. I was going to say I just totally forget. We ruled out Sheffield United because he's a Wednesday. Who else is there? Luton and
Luton
Burnley aren't going to
can't
take him.
afford him. Yeah, Luton can't afford him. Company
Yeah,
isn't gonna take him.
yeah, exactly. So I can't. That's what I mean. I can't see him. I think he's. I don't know where he'll go. That's I can't see anybody being interested in him, to be honest. His
Yeah,
legs look
maybe
to have
he's
gone as well. He looks like he's finally lost that bit of, that speed he had.
yeah, like essentially this Leicester run in the Premier League has been Jamie Vardy. He burst. He didn't have like amazing championship season when they got promoted. He had a good one, but not outstanding. And then he built up a head of steam in the Premier League, got into his like peak performances, won the league with them, competed for the Golden Boot and all that. And as he gradually got worse, the Leicester team got worse. And this season he's been non-existent, and the Leicester side have been non-existent.
Yeah, they've been
Yes.
terrible, haven't they? The whole lot.
Yeah, very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we've talked enough about their season, so we've got nothing more to discuss about their season. Should we just move on to Everton?
Everton ultimately survival is what they were fighting for at the start of the season. Maybe not try to get it down to the last game, but that's how it happened. What a brilliant goal from Dakota! If you haven't seen it, give it a watch.
Yeah, seen there. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
Just score some good goals, that lad.
And to think like under Frank Lampard, he was one of the scapegoats for the fan base. Like they were at his
Well, he was
throat.
terrible under Lampard. But then Lampard wouldn't allow him to get forward, would he? So.
Yeah, Everton started the season with Lampard, sacked him a few games too late, brought in Sondage, and with that decision, we have to say like Everton Football Club, you've still not sent us our royalty checks. I know, we know you stole the idea from us. That was our suggestion. So after the Premier League survival has been secured, you owe us at least some million.
Oh, I think we should take all the credit for Everton's survival, personally.
I'm happy to negotiate, but right now my offer is like one match day. However much you make from one match day at the Woodison, that should be our payment.
Sorry, what? Did you say make us go to a game?
No, no, no. Whatever, like let's say like they charge at an average £50 for a
Yeah.
ticket, and I don't know how much their capacity is, but let's say just for my simple maths, 40,000 is their capacity, so that would round up to £200,000. So that should be our paycheck for the
Each, obviously.
advise, yeah, for the advisory role that we overtook for them.
I think you've
Come
got,
on.
that spot on, mate. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Oh. Yeah,
So
and I think fully deserved it, as we did save Everton.
yeah, that was our idea. You stole that from the podcast.
So what do you think they need to do to improve for next season? Obviously, they
They need a lot of new players.
but they
I was
can't
like,
buy them.
yeah, that's the issue. Like even on our like group, I was saying like, should Everton get relegated? They don't have any sellable assets.
Oh no no. Oh no no
She's
no.
the only one. What's my name?
I
No,
know.
but
Every
genuinely,
time
no,
you just think that.
No, but being very being
James
serious
Garner
for a moment.
actually.
I think the only sellable assets they have is Onana and Pickford.
James Garner.
Oh no, he hasn't had that much game time this season.
But he
And
broke
you
into the
wouldn't.
side at the end of the season and
Yeah,
was
but
a
but
big
now
part of
now
them
now
surviving.
because now because they won the last game. Imagine if they had lost the last game, it would have been two good performances for him, and nobody would be like coming in
True.
or put
I'd
him
be.
for a huge fee.
I think Forest. See, I think for me, Forest missed the trick not getting him in because I think he would have. He was what they were missing this season.
And Calvert Lewin has injury issues, and there is virtually no one else.
Yeah, that's the thing. Calvert Lewin, his injuries, you'd steer clear of him. He's not a great goal scorer anyway, is he? Let's be
Yeah, and
honest.
it's not like one season with injury issues either. It's been like 2 3 seasons now.
And it's constant. Every time he comes back, he's picking up another niggle, and his lifestyle isn't the best. You know,
What lifestyle? The modeling career? Are you gonna throw
no,
Sadak
I
to
don't
the
mean
models
I
now?
don't mean
Huh?
it's not the it's a bit like what I say when people say about these players going out drinking and that. It's not so much the drinking, the modelling, whatever they do. It's the fact that it takes away from their rest time when they should be resting and recuperating from playing a game to ensure that they get their bodies in the right state so they don't pick up extra injuries that they wouldn't otherwise have, and their bodies are at peak fitness for the next match as well. That's what I'm
And
talking
also
about. I
like
don't mean it's like I don't care if he goes modelling. That really doesn't bother me. In fact, I'd rather he went modelling. It's better for his body that he goes modelling than goes drinking. But he's jetting around the world doing the to do these photo shoots, jetting down to London when he should be resting. And that's part of the problem. When you've got a fucking injury like that, you shouldn't be jetting around the world. You should be staying and doing your rehab and working hard to get better, not pissing about doing other things. That's what really annoys me with these players. On these huge sums of money they're getting paid, they need to start living like really need to start respecting the clubs that are paying them these money because the fans are being shat on by them the way they act. Sorry, I got on my soapbox there. It just really annoys me when you see them pissing about when they're injured.
and to the people who say like they don't have much issues with players drinking, I just like to say there's a statute. Oh, I can't pronounce this word now. There's a statutory. Uh, Chris, you have to pronounce this word for me. From my half asleep brain
Type
gun.
it out. Type it out and say it so I can say it. Oh god, this
Oh,
is
God.
taking a long time for you to type it. This is worrying. Oh god, how long have we got this podcast? Because like you're gonna be. We should have started earlier, as Billy wasn't about. We could have had it finished. It done it early one. Oh,
Yeah.
statutory.
Warning about alcohol. That's alcohol is injurious. Drinking is injurious to health.
Yeah,
Uh, uh, it's a freaking tangent. I could have just avoided it instead of going through all
you
the
could have just
trouble.
used a different word.
Anyways, like Everton need a lot of work on their squad to move up the table. I think they're looking for yet another season, flirting with relegation next year as well,
Well,
especially with yes,
depends.
financial problems
Well,
they're
it depends
facing.
on who their owner is, because like obviously there's two companies. Is it MSP that are actually preferred bidders now, and they got the final. But there's also a criminal investigation into who actually owns Everton, because because finally somebody's woken up and realised that it's Usmanov and not Mashiri.
Yeah, also like what I'm saying, like even if they have new owners with investigation going on with their finances, there is a chance that they might have they may have no way to spend money even if the new owners wanted to. They might have a transfer embargo for God's sake.
Well, they might even get a points deduction. Yeah,
Yeah, so
I think it'll probably.
another year or two bad in the bottom reaches of the table isn't completely out of the picture for them.
Yeah, and the problem
And I
is.
don't know what I also don't know what's happened to the academy system, but it's virtually non-existent for the first team now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them. The only player in their squad that's come through the academy is Ellis Sims and Tom Davis. And Tom Davis looks like he's on his way.
Yeah, and Tom Davis is living off the one very good performance against Man City 2, 3, maybe even 4 years ago.
To be fair, he has been badly messed about, and he's been the scapegoat from the fans and that as well. No matter what he does, he's just. I do feel a bit sorry for him, and I'm not convinced Sims is that good either. But it's just the quality isn't there. Let's be honest, in their youth team anymore.
Even the Everton supporters aren't that enamored with Ellis Sims. It's just like the other option is Neil
Mope.
Maupay.
Yeah.
And at least with Sims you get a bit of fight, passion, all those things. You're not gonna get goals from Maupay or Sims.
Yeah, but at least Sims will do a bit of there might be a chance that he might score something. Whereas Mope, there's just no chance, is there? So should we
So
move
next up,
Forest?
somebody give them a transfer embargo.
Oh, well,
Stop them from being able to
they
sign
need to
any
clean
players.
house first off. That's what they need to do. They need to clean out a lot of players. I mean, even without what's his face Henderson, they've still got 4 keepers on their books for the first team squad.
And they are actually, it's reported they're looking at making the Henderson deal permanent.
I don't think that'll happen. No, I don't think they can afford him. I think he's asking too much wage-wise. I don't think they can afford him and Lingard.
Do you know how much he's on at Man United?
Lingard? Oh, it was a ludicrous
No, no.
amount.
Hendo.
Oh, Henderson? Oh, I don't know. No.
Take a guess for a keeper.
Gotta be close to 100,000, surely. Simply because
120k. 120k before bonuses. That was the report when he signed the deal.
oof, that's a lot for a
A
backup.
basic for a player who was at best gonna compete for the first team position when he signed the deal. It wasn't like he had a few games. Let's say he had ousted De Gea for 6 months and then got a new deal. No, it was after returning from the loan spell. That's just irresponsible management, man. That these are the deals that makes it hard for clubs to move their players on.
What? Lingard's another one. Speaking of ridiculous wages, Lingard.
Isn't he out of contract?
Well, I think so. Yeah, his contract expires only on a 1-year contract. But what on earth possessed him to give him such a huge contract? And where does he go? Where does he go from here?
Yeah, but with the contract for him, it was understandable, that because it was a 1-year deal. If it had worked out, it would be a very good decision for them. Since it didn't work out, they're not stuck with him basically.
I tell you what they did do well with Bayern is, okay, I know he's 34 and he's not going to be a long term, but Felipe's being exceptional for them since signing for them from Atletico Madrid, the centre back Brazilian guy.
Yeah, he looked decent when I watched them play.
He's
They have a
probably
lot of
their best player, I think, since he joined.
Morgan Gibbs White, I think.
No,
He,
he's had a few good games, but he's had a lot of poor games as well. Ryan Yates, when he was fit, he was a standout performer for them as well. But they've got, I mean, you look at it, I mean, Awoniyi towards the end of the season started to finally look like the player Liverpool thought they were getting when they originally signed him. But obviously they couldn't get a work permit for him.
sadly, it was never gonna happen
God, there's no
for him.
Harry Arter still on the books there. Freaking hell,
Oh, they got,
and they've literally
they've got a size of squad that could rival Chelsea's.
I mean, they've bought Chris Wood. I mean, what was that signing all about? That was a really bad. They did bought really badly. It must be said in January, even worse than the summer lot. You know what I mean? At least some of the summer players were quite good, but Chris Wood and Andre Ayew and Remo Freuler, I don't get any of them signings.
Oh,
John Joe Shelby
Freuler.
was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, Freuler was firstly a summer signing. I know
Yeah, I
it's
meant
not
John Joe
worked out, but
Shelby. Sorry, that was who I was meaning. I mean, what the fuck possessed them to buy him? You know, like last January, I can understand the signings. They brought in a few experienced pros to see them over the line, and it worked. You know, Steve Cook and a few others. But this January, they brought in these experienced pros, and I know they were at the behest of Steve Cooper. They were the ones he specifically wanted. But why on earth were the club sanctioning them? I mean, Andre Ayew's never been good enough for the Premier League.
he wasn't good enough for the Premier League 3 years ago. That's why he spent that many years in the Championship.
Yeah, and he wasn't really good enough there either. And then Chris Wood, I mean, he's injured. And then he got injured again when he played. He's always bloody. He's another one that's injury prone. But he looks like a big tough player, but he spends all his time on the, getting treated. And then you got John Joe Shelby. I mean, looks like he's already on his way. I mean, that's no wonder. Just not good enough and real attitude problem. Struggles with eating as well, where diet and stuff like that as well. He's one of those you'd avoid, like the play. You certainly wouldn't want to buy. You look at their squad. I mean, there's nobody you'd really want to take. I mean, Keylor Navas was a great keeper at one time, but he's 36 years old. So very short term. There's not really many.
Maybe if you're looking for a backup, you might say like,
yeah,
let's go get him. Experience, pedigree,
yeah,
all those like keywords.
Excellent backup, I gotta say. Yeah, you're right there. Nico Williams struggles with injuries. He's not a bad player, but he struggles with injuries. Serge Aurier apparently was really good for them, which is a shock. They love him there, the fans. They think he's been brilliant for them, which is absolutely astounding because he was astonishingly bad at Spurs, wasn't he?
Yeah, but a lot of his issues are more with attitude and application than with ability.
Brennan Johnson just doesn't work hard enough for me. His pace.
He's too inconsistent.
Yeah, he doesn't put enough work in. That's the problem for me. I like him. I think he's got plenty of talent and he can score goals, but he just needs to put a bit more graft into the game. He doesn't do enough. You know what I mean? He tends to just allow the game to he just waits for the game to come to him rather than forces his way into it, if you see what I mean. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah, I think the only one I'd look at that'd be of interest would be Gibbs White or possibly Awoniyi. If I was another Premier League team looking to take a player from them, I think they're the only two I'd be considering.
and nobody jumps out as such. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that Yates has been exceptional for them, but injuries. Picks up injuries a lot. Yeah. And
and also like they've
Navas
got
just,
so many players who only joined last summer. Like,
yeah.
for some it takes time.
Yeah, I mean, there's just that, but you just think they really need to just clear house and get a tighter squad that they can work with, and just maybe they'll look a bit better next season. You look at the ages of them though; they haven't got much youth there, really.
Yeah, they try and get a bunch of 30-year
Yeah,
balls, hoping the experience would pull them through. But
and it worked because they survived, but it's very short-termish, isn't it? You know, you got to wonder what.
and also I also like don't think we can fully credit their approach to the window, their survival.
No, and they're going to have to do it all again because, like I said, a lot of the players are in their 30s, so they're pretty much going to have to refresh the squad again.
Yeah,
Uh,
short term is it?
yeah, it's going to have to keep happening if they're buying players at a similar age each time. Well, it's up to that. That's the way they worked, and if it works for them, so be it. But I can't see how they can afford to keep doing it, to be honest.
But Premier League money, buddy. Premier League money.
But they don't
It's a
make
lot of
that
cash.
much. Not that much. I mean, they were spending a lot of money. I mean, they bought 455 players. Even if you only spend, you only spend 1 million on them, it's still a lot of money spent, And they were spending big money on some of them. Not huge money, like.
Sorry, some disturbances here.
Sorry,
Next up,
I was just about to say you move on to Bournemouth, shall we?
how the hell did they survive?
And by quite a
How
margin in
the
the
hell
end.
did they survive? Yeah, they comfortably actually. Like, I think they lost what? They might have lost 5 games on the trot to end the season,
Yeah,
or at least they had 5 winless games. That much I'm pretty certain.
but they were
And yet
already
they were
safe.
safe.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were already safe, so it didn't matter. That's
How?
that just shows how bad the league was this season. To be honest, that they strolled through it when they were very poor. To be fair, Gary
Yeah, they
O'Neill was
lost.
highly rated coach. He was very well liked at Liverpool. So,
They lost the last 4 games. Bournemouth. I know they were virtually safe, but still.
well, they had 39 points, so they were safe because nobody was going to catch them. They not enough teams could possibly catch them for them to go down.
Yeah, but also, like my point being, like Bournemouth, they lost 4 games, 5 games, and it's not like, oh, how did that happen? It's like they have a squad that's on paper not as good, so it's no surprise. That
Yeah,
was my attitude when I heard the stat.
yeah. You look
And
at
yet they were comfortably safe.
you look at their squad and you think it's shocking that they're comfortably safe because I don't see a single player in them.
No, they've got a few decent signings in January, but even they haven't like hit the ground running as such.
I don't.
It's not like someone has. It's not like someone has come in and like taken to fire, like caught fire, scored a few goals, and had brilliant performances. They've just, I don't know how, but they've just been solid enough.
Yeah, they just done enough, didn't they? Sometimes that's basically all you need to do in the Premier League. Sometimes when you're in that position, that's all they. That's a great season for them, staying up. And they'll aim to do the same next season, but they really need to improve their squad or their team. I mean, their top scorer was Philip Billing. Jefferson Lerma was their fourth highest scorer with 5.
And
Philip
he's gonna
Billing only
leave.
scored, so yeah, he's already gone, hasn't he? Hasn't he signed for somebody already? Palace, is it?
There's Palace, but I don't know whether it's like done deal or like.
Oh, I thought he'd already signed. I must have. I mean, Solanke was only their second highest scorer, and he scored 6. I mean, that's abysmal. Yeah, they definitely need to do a bit of work for next season. I can see them struggling next season, but then I would have thought they'd struggle this. You know, they were almost nailed on to go down. You'd have thought, wouldn't you? In fact, I'm pretty sure at the start of the season we had them nailed on to go down.
Especially after that 9-0. It must. I don't remember, but I must have said they're down and out.
I think we all.
And if I didn't, then it's a surprise to me. With their squad, and even with Gary O'Neill coming in, it's not like it's basically his first job in the Premier League. Might even be his first job as a full-on manager.
Yeah, he was. He was working at Liverpool as a coach in the academy system, and then stepped up from there, and then he got poached from them. So I believe, last I looked, he was anyway working for Liverpool as a before moving to Bournemouth. I mean, he was very highly rated, so you know I can understand why they went for him, but still, you wouldn't have expected him to be able to make that much difference so quickly. Question now is, can he do it for a long term? You know, over a longer period?
Yeah, you never know whether it's just circumstances fell in the right places or.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it can be things like with Patrick Vieira, the way you can get players playing for a season, but then they get fed up with him because he's abrasive and you know he's not actually that good a coach. It's an inspiration playing for Patrick Vieira at first. Then after a while that wears off and you know they stop playing for him.
Only time will tell.
I can't see many people saying, "Oh my God, Gary O'Neill," and being inspired by that though. Can you? I've got to be honest. I don't think he's going to have that effect. So there's a good chance it's actually because he's a decent, good coach. Like, but yeah, should we move on to West Ham anyway? Because there's not really a lot you can say about Bournemouth other than they just did it. They did enough to get in, and well done to him. Whereas West Ham, I mean, their season, that was a roller coaster of a season, wasn't it?
To go into May with the threat of relegation hanging over their head, that can't be what they were aiming for in the summer.
Well, didn't they spend like 200 million, nearly 200 million or something in the summer?
I don't know exactly how much they spent, but they spent a fair chunk of money on Scamacca, on Paqueta, on Aguerd.
194 million, 194 million euros according to Transfermarkt. I just looked.
Yeah, I was just gonna say more than 100 million on these 3 players for sure. And they must have gotten some other players in as well. Emerson.
Paqueta,
I remember
Scamacca,
Emerson.
Aguerd, Cornet.
Emerson. Cornet.
Thilo Kehrer.
Flynn Downs.
Flynn Downs.
Yeah.
Alphonse
Dennings was January.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but still, I've said it many a times. It doesn't matter how good a squad you give to David Moyes. After a certain point, there is no difference.
No, he just it's the same, and he'll put up the same team anyway. It doesn't matter who you give him. he'll still put out the same players every week. Yeah, no matter who's sat on the bench, and he'll still kick at whoever's just. At the moment, it's Ben Rama. He's decided every time he plays, he's just on his case, attacking him. I do not understand the signing of Flynn Downs unless they were expecting to lose Declan Rice last summer. Because he's the perfect Rice replacement, basically. Or as perfect as you can get in their position, basically, I should say.
There is no replacement for Rice.
No, but well, that's what I mean. It's like the best they can do, really, when you're in a.
No, you have Rice. You have Rice twice a day. That's how it is.
Don't
Come on.
start. You're gonna say it's not a meal if it doesn't have rice, stuff like that. It's what I see plastered everywhere
Obviously.
here over the Philippines. It's, in the food places and that, they have this thing where it says not a meal if it doesn't have rice, things like that.
Okay, I'll just give
rice
you.
of everything.
I'll just give you what I was hoping to do before Billy pulled out of this podcast. Don't answer the question. Please don't answer the question. But my topic of discussion for our before podcast section was gonna be, what do you guys have for dinner? Or what do you guys have for lunch? Like your quintessential normal day lunch and dinner, because as South Asian, if it's not rice, then it's not your lunch or dinner. I think you might have gotten the idea by now. In this part of the world,
Oh yeah, everything comes with rice.
rice twice a day is normal.
At least twice a day.
Yeah, at least twice is normal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I get.
And don't answer that question. We're gonna take this discussion some other day.
Yeah, no, it's not really interesting anyway. What I've had, so yeah.
No, not what you have. Like what you guys as Westerners have on your normal day. Don't answer this question. No
Same as
tangents.
Billy.
No tangents. Let's just go.
Yeah, so West Ham, yeah, then Moyes is holding them back like he did at Everton after a while, and he will do anywhere he goes. Yeah, there's just nowhere they can go. I think his time's surely got to be up. Perhaps if
Yeah, but it's the Conference League that I think that's been the thing that's kept him in the job. They've reached the final in the Conference League, and let's say you tell the West Ham supporter you're gonna finish 16th in the league, relatively safe. That is what they were at the end. They were relatively safe.
Yeah.
And you're gonna win a cup and play European football next season. I'm sure most of them would have taken it last summer. That's the beauty of European football. Like you win the cup and then survival is more than enough because you get to come back and play European football again.
They've got to win it yet, though.
Yeah, they've not won it. It's just a hypothetical situation.
Yeah. Still, if it was me, I'd be sacking him personally. But there you go.
But if it were you or me, you wouldn't be in the job at this stage. So.
Good point.
I think in the summer they need to make the change, regardless of what happens in the Conference League final.
Definitely. Whether it'll happen or not is a different matter.
And also they're gonna lose Declan Rice, so do they want too many changes, or do they want to play it safe, in air quotes?
If you look at their squad, and to be honest, you just look at it and you think he's probably the only player now, because Bowen's had a disaster of a season. It's probably him. It's Rice is their only saleable asset, isn't he?
Yeah, because the likes of Agued has had half a season because he got injured like in the very first game. And also cost a decent chunk of money. Paqueta only has had one season and hasn't been that impressive. It's like
Zuma has apparently
Going,
played well, but obviously the cat thing.
like, I wouldn't touch him with a bar sport.
No, nor me, but I'm saying he's played well. But like, yeah, you the cat thing. You've got that over his head, haven't you? You know, yeah. You wouldn't want to sign him, would you?
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, he's virtually unsellable for now because you have to also keep in mind he cost a fair chunk of money when they signed him.
Mm.
So a move outside of Premier League is not going to give them any profit.
Yeah, that is really it. They haven't really got anybody to sell to raise funds to buy better players other than Rice. So really, Rice has to go. I see. As Antonio had a dig at Scamacca. I saw something about that, but I never got a chance to read it because you sent it at that point.
I didn't know was the clip, but I'm pretty sure what Antonio might have said. Okay, I don't think it's right to speculate. But I think the issue with Kamaka is they saw him as a 6'5" centre forward scoring goals and didn't actually try and learn what kind of a player he is.
Mm. Yeah, I
They
agree.
saw a big guy, yeah. They saw a big guy and thought it was gonna be Andy Carroll.
Mm. Yeah, and it's a Moyes. They thought he was a Moyes type player, and he's not.
Yeah, just like with Lisandro Martinez, people saw his 5'7" or 8" or however tall and just thought he cannot hit the ball and he cannot defend without actually watching him play.
Yeah.
It's just the opposite with Skamaka. They saw him. He's tall and then he's tall, but he's a technician. That's his thing. They didn't watch. I don't think they even thought of watching his goal compilation, let alone scouting him.
No, it's clearly a problem. Clearly, quite worrying.
And he might go back to Italy. That's the rumor.
If he's got any sense, he would do.
Especially if Moyes sticks on then. So, anyways, who finished 15th?
Next up is
Wolves.
Wolves. Yeah.
It's gonna be a big summer for them.
Mm.
Will he stay or will he go with Lopetegui is still there?
Well,
Like that thread is still there.
the comments coming out are just bizarre, saying about he didn't know there was FFP issues and that. Every freaking club has to worry about FFP, so he must have known. It's not, you know, you said it last week. It's not like he came from Real Madrid. He came from Sevilla, who have real difficulty with budgets, and that they're not a rich club. So it's he must know what it's like. I just don't understand the issue. Just seems like an excuse to me.
Seems like to me it appears like a certain club in London who are on the hunt for a manager have been rejected by half the world, have finally rounded him up.
Hmm. Yeah, they've got desperate and they've said, "Oh, hang on, what are you doing later, Lopetegui?"
If in doubt, bring the Wolves manager. That's the motto for Daniel Levy.
Yeah, though
If everybody rejects you, just go to the Wolves manager.
I'm surprised that it isn't. What's? I'm surprised Dan Postecoglou hasn't taken it. I wonder if he's just waiting for the cup final to be over, or whether he's actually decided to stay. The reason being his agent is very close friends with Daniel Levy.
Yeah, but wasn't it like? Can I say it on the pod? Yeah, I think I can. Didn't Sharky say like there's one more manager they have on the list ahead of Postecoglou?
Hmm. I can't. You know. Or maybe he doesn't want the job. Maybe he's seen it and looked at it and thought, why would I want to go there when I can at least compete in Europe here regularly?
Yeah, that's also the thing.
He's got
you get
this.
another crack. If he stays at Celtic, he's got another crack at Champions League, and with them being statistically the worst ever side in the Champions League last season, only way is up, isn't it?
Mm, yeah, true. I certainly wouldn't want to. I wouldn't take the job of Spurs manager. I've got to be said, unless they were offering me huge amount of money or a long, really long contract. So when it went bad, because it will do, because it doesn't matter how great a manager you are, there's no way you're going to rescue Spurs. It's just an impossible job, especially with Levy there. So
And also looking very likely that Kane is gonna leave. You don't wanna be the guy that has
Oh
to clean up
Christ.
this mess.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, yeah. No, if you've got no Harry Kane, you've got nothing there, have you? Let's be honest. So
And also,
anyway,
you don't wanna be the manager that sold Harry Kane or that
true,
was unable to convince him to stay.
true.
You're gonna lose the support
But
basically.
we're supposed to be doing Wolves anyway. Should we go back to Wolves? So
So-
we always get sidetracked. I just realised we were in the middle of doing Wolves. Yeah, Wolves. Difficult
yeah,
start to the
Lopetegui
season.
is complaining. Yeah, Lopetegui is complaining. Sorry to cut you. They're most likely gonna lose Ruben Neves finally. How the fuck is he only 26? I will never know.
Oh God, we're
I,
going
wa-
to have to
I was
explain
no no
ages to you again.
no, but the thing is like I was a stupid teenager. Now I'm a stupid adult, and he still is only 26. I was in the freaking high. I don't even think I was in high school when he first broke through. I might have been secondary school when he broke through. I've had so many things happen in my life, and he's still only 26. I don't know how.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you were only at high school. Don't believe you. I'm sorry. When you were in high school, there was no such thing as computers.
Maybe in your neck of the woods there wasn't, but
Oh, come
but for
on.
a no, but for a guy keeping up the gimmick, but for a guy who's rich, has
Gimmick, my ass.
everything
We've seen
handed
your
on a
house, remember?
silver platter.
You've
Yeah,
sent us
exactly.
pictures. We know you're rich. It's not a gimmick, it's true. Your house is
Anyways, back to Wolves.
just like
Again, fucking tangent. Back to Wolves.
yeah, wolves.
No
Yeah,
freaking tangent. Oh, we've only finished 5 teams and we're about 1.5 hours in.
yeah, 1.5. Yeah, yeah. They bought badly again, didn't they? In the summer, didn't really buy enough quality.
No, their issue is like they don't score, like
Hmm.
they don't trouble the opposition goalkeepers enough.
Well, that's what I
They
mean. They
try
didn't
to
buy the quality
rectify,
up
yeah,
front.
they try to rectify that problem somehow by buying Sasakalaichis, and then he goes and gets injured for the whole of the season.
But he was known to have knee problems anyway, so it was a bit of
No,
a.
no, he wasn't. He was a soldier.
I'm sure he had. I'm sure he came with a knee problem already.
No, he had like two, may even have been three stints out injured with his soldier. The same soldier and basically the same issue. He
Ah,
comes in, does his knee. Lo and behold, they are back to Raul Jimenez to be the savior again, and
because
sadly.
Wolves fans were talking about and saying he had a knee when he was signing. When they knew he was signing for us,
Maybe he
he
maybe
had
he
knee
came in with a
problems.
knee injury. Maybe he came in with a knee injury from Stuttgart, but it was his shoulder issue that had
Ah,
troubled him all season
okay.
before signing.
And then they brought in Diego Costa, of course, who had took his time to get fit for obvious reasons, because he's 34 and he'd not been playing for a while. But yeah, you look at them; they're going to lose quite a few players. Are they? Do you know what? They just haven't moved on from the what's it era, have they? The Santo era. Nuno
Yeah,
Santo.
they have a lot of players still around, and They also have. They basically had what, two managers now since him.
Mm. And they still
But
look like the same team.
yeah, exactly what I was saying. But they still like if you took a 2 year break and come back and watch them play, you're gonna be Santos still kept the job, still not moved on, whatever, whatever. And oh no, it's actually not him. It's just some other guy.
Mm. Strange thing was Saar had a really poor season. He'd been excellent for them. He didn't look good this season. And Nathan Collins struggled badly, but he's 22 years old. You know, they've already given up on him, the fans, by the looks of it. But I think there's something there with that lad. He just needs time, I think. Yeah,
Uh,
they need to recruit. They need to be clever with their recruitment, and they haven't been in the last couple of years. And a striker.
they need a goal scorer, yeah.
Hmm. But if you were
And they
looking,
need to try and sorry, they need to try and hold on to what's his face. Matheus Nunes, Mario Lamina, those guys. Because you can't have a virtually new midfield
all right.
going into a season on the back of relegation trouble.
Hmm. Yeah, but I wouldn't be desperately trying to hang on to anybody in their team apart from Max Kilman. I think.
No, it's not just about qualities. Like you can't have too many players
Hmm.
come in. You're gonna end up with the situation that like Forest had.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying like if you're actually looking at them as just who would you want to get from them, there's not a lot of quality there. There's not a lot of players you'd be looking to buy. Just
Samedo is leaving on a free, if I'm not mistaken.
didn't they renew
Neves
his
is moving.
contract?
Mutini,
Didn't they
ah,
just renew his
maybe,
contract a few days ago? Or
maybe.
they've agreed to renew. I'm pretty sure he's staying. He's renewing. I might be wrong. That might be getting mixed up because there's so many. Obviously, you read so many sites and so many things. Like it's easy to get mixed up. Uh, they do need to revamp though. Anyway, they need to rebuild. So maybe it'll do them good.
I think your favorite Premier League footballer right now is also out of contract, isn't he?
Adama Traore, are you talking about?
Yay!
It took me a while. I was thinking, hey, and then I realised, twigged on, yeah, he's gone. So that's one less player. Strange thing is, they offered him a pay rise, and he turned it down. And ever since then, it has just gone downhill for him.
Oh, by the way, Semedo did sign a contract,
He did.
new contract,
Ah,
yeah,
I thought
just
I
a
heard he
few
did.
days ago. Just a
See,
few days ago.
I'm not always wrong then. Just mostly.
Lo and behold, someone is again wrong.
Have you
I'm going through a rut.
have you
I'm
seen
going through a rut.
have you seen who their top scorer was last season? This
Ruben
season?
Neves
Yeah, 6 goals. Daniel Podence got 6 as well. Like, but they're double anybody else.
and Potence is another guy who's
I don't rate him.
seemingly on the way out.
I don't rate him at all. I don't think they'll miss him at all.
They might miss the goals he scored. All six
Well,
of them.
they should be able to replace that quite easily. I mean, you should be getting that amount of goals from a centre back. Really, you should be looking for a centre back to get up for corners and score that many. Whatever happened to those days where centre backs used to score goals regularly?
I know a centre back who gets on the end of a lot of headers.
Yes, but that's the other at the wrong end. It puts you in his own net. With Harry Maguire, yeah, we know, but I don't think that counts. To be fair, he does score a lot of goals, though.
Not all at the right end, but yeah.
Yeah. Should we move on to Chelsea then? Because like Wolves, they're just there. They're just in a bit of a rut and need a revamp.
Hang on a minute. Are you telling me Chelsea finished below Crystal Palace?
Yeah, Chelsea were 12.
No, but we're not up to 12.
Yeah, we are. We just did Wolves. We're up to 12 now. Chelsea.
Oh my god, Chelsea actually finished below Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
Didn't you know?
I hadn't realized it, I hadn't noticed it. I thought Crystal Palace stopped playing after 40 points.
Well, they did, but they still managed to finish above Chelsea. To be
Oh
fair,
my god.
Frank
Oh, this is
Lampard's a bit
hilarious.
like an anchor, isn't he? He's a bit of an anchor to the team, and I say that with a silent W.
Oh, Frank Lampard.
Oh, he's just, I mean, when he must have thought when he sacked Potter, he must have looked at it and thought, well, he couldn't get any fucking worse, could it? And then he appoints Frank Lampard, and you just think, yeah, it can't get worse. But yeah, it's just, I mean, their whole season's just been an absolute shambles, and it's you've got to say it's not all the new ownership's fault. They were in a, it was held up, and they should have had it completed. The sale should have been completed much sooner and stuff, so they could have sorted things out and be up and running before the season. But still, it was just a mess. Signing players like Wesley Fofana and Cucurella. Why did they need Cucurella when they had Chilwell? I mean, and Lewis Hall and
Yeah, they sent Ian
Colwill.
Matson out on loan.
Matson.
They
That's who I
sent
was
Ian
thinking of.
Matson out on loan.
Yeah, I mean they've got the fantastic youth system they've got, and yet they're still doing the same mistakes as they've been making for years under Roman Abramovich as well, where they were buying players to replace them. The same mistakes so many Brendan Rodgers is fond of doing that as well. Having these youth players coming through and playing really well, and then buying a player to replace them as soon as he gets to the summer. It's like, why?
Also, like, what's the point of loaning out a player, signing a replacement for him?
Mm.
The whole loan, I think how the loan system should operate, as it is right now, is you loan out a player, hoping that he gets a lot of minutes under his belt, comes back a better player, and then can fight for a spot in the first team.
Yeah.
But just for Ian Matson as an example, he has a 60 million pound signing in Kukurea and a 60 million pound signing Chilwell ahead of him.
Mm.
How is he gonna benefit from a loan move away from Chelsea when it's just like kicking the can 1 year down the road and nothing else?
Yeah, and then there's Lewis Hall coming through as well, who's 18.
Yeah, and he basically took his spot already now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just bad management. They should have been saying, right, here's your chance. Let's not bother with Cucurella. We don't need to sign him. We've got Chilwell. Yes, he suffers with injuries, so we're going to give you a chance. I mean, Fofana. What was the signing? What was the sign of Wesley Fofana about? I mean, he's not even a good player. Very bizarre. Paying 80 odd million for that. I mean, what kind of idiot would pay over 80 million for a centre back that's not very good from Leicester City?
And coming off an injury.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be crazy to do that, to pay over 80 million to Leicester City for a centre back, wouldn't you? I mean, that's kind of stupid. I mean, who else would be that stupid? You just can't imagine there be anybody else in history who'd be that stupid, can you? Yeah, so I mean, they've got a lot of work to do. Basically, they need to offload a few players and clean house and just make space for the youth team. Especially now, isn't there a limit of on the loanees now? Aren't they limited to only being able to loan out about, is it 7 or something like that now?
Yeah, basically they're introducing rule which is gonna limit the number of players you can loan out every year. It's gonna reduce.
Yeah, it's already been reducing, but isn't it down to something like 7 this season coming?
Yeah,
International
quite
loans, I mean.
possibly.
So
Quite
they could.
possibly. I don't know the exact numbers, but
It's about time
it
this was
was
done.
12.
I still say ban loans. It false, it falsely affects leagues when people have loan players they shouldn't have. It's just wrong. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, you look at their signings. Only really Fernandez, Enzo could be said to have been a success, really, and even he hasn't been.
No, he's not.
Hmm? What? You cut off then? Oh shit! Have you gone? Have you got that overexcited? You've gone. Oh, what? You have. You've got overexcited and you've broken something, ripped your wire out or something in your excitement. Oh god. Probably your Wi-Fi actually gone down. Anyway, so yeah, I was just thinking they didn't. Badiashile potentially could be a good one in the future, as could Cucurella, as could Mudryk and that. But right now, the only ones that have actually been a success is probably. Oh, you're back.
Oh, you did realize I was out.
Yeah, it cuts off in the middle of your sentence.
Basically, because the electricity went out. It's
All right.
still out.
So how are you
Yeah,
managing?
lucky me. It's freaking hot. It's freaking hot. It's been like I don't think freaking hot describes it. It's so fucking hot, and now there's no electricity.
Oh dear. I'm just gonna stand in the
Just
air. Hang on, let
give
me
me a
just stand
minute.
in front of the air conditioning unit. Oh yeah, that's nice.
No, just give me a minute. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh god, he's he's turned into Arnie Schwarzenegger now.
No, just and the electricity is back.
Oh well, there you go. Stop moaning. House the size of yours. Surely it should stay cool anyway, because it wouldn't be able
It's
to heat.
fucking way now. Oh, it's just playing games with me now.
Have you got storms there or something?
No, nothing.
Oh, because we've had storms here, and the electricity's been going on and off and on and off for days. It's really bloody annoying.
You just end your review of Chelsea, and I'll get
Okay,
back
okay,
to
mate.
talk about Crystal Palace.
Okay, so Chelsea, yeah, made a mess of everything basically. I mean, bringing in Aubameyang for Tuchel, then sacking him a few days later. Bringing in Potter, saying they were, for a long term, he was a long term vision, and he was there for the future. And then giving him a couple of months, the fans turned on him, so they sacked him as well. Okay, yeah, I know results weren't good, but if you're gonna make a long-term appointment, you have to take short-term pain. Sometimes you stick with them. Or, instead they've ended up with Frank Lampard, who was even worse. Uh, at least under Potter, you could see a style of play developing towards the end. But yeah, so they've complete mess. Felix has finished his loan spell, but they'll be replacing him with Nkunku, who you've got to think is probably wondering if he should change his mind and give up on it. Looked likely to be losing Kante, Kovacic, possibly I think Loftus Cheek's going as well. Looks like Mason Mount will be going. Pulisic, Ziyech. So they're losing a lot of players. So Azpilicueta as well. So there'll be space in the team, but they've really got to do something about
But will there?
Reece James.
But will there be space?
Yeah, because they've got all the loan players to come back, aren't they? And they'll probably buy three
Yeah, they,
active players as well.
they have like what 31 players on the book, and then they have loan players to come back, and then they have the likes of Nkunku and Mario Costa, who they already signed up
Mm.
for next season. So they need a lot of players to leave to make space, I think.
Mm. So what do you think of Mount for Man United, as it seems likely? Or at least...
As things stand, the reported numbers in the media have me like quite baffled. It's just overpriced, ridiculously overpriced. For a player who's coming off of a season where he struggled with fitness, struggled with form, consistency, and who has only 1 year left on his deal.
Not just that, but like we've just said, they need to sell players. They've got too many players on their books, so...
Even if we are interested, like very, very interested, we should try and like take advantage of the fact that they need to move players on, just to reduce the number of playing staff, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. So there's absolutely no reason to pay a big price for him. Much as I quite like him as a player, I don't think he's worth the kind of money that's being quoted. And obviously, like I said, they desperately need to sell players. So why would you pay a big fee anyway, even if he is worth it?
And I don't think he's worth it right now. Like I said, so many factors.
Yeah, when you
If he
got
was coming off a stellar, if he was coming off a stellar season, like he had a few years back when he won like the Player of the Season and all that,
yeah, I mean he won that twice in a
then you
row,
can understand.
but last
Then you can
season,
understand they wanting a lot of money for him if he was to ask for a move. But now, I just don't. And ultimately, I don't think he's the right profile of position we need to be looking at.
yeah, I'm still not sure what even is his best position. He seems to play better playing further forward, but you watch him and he doesn't have enough. You would think he just seems to steal in and score goals always, but yeah, I just don't see him long term playing as a forward. Yet that's where he seems to play his best football, so it's a tough one.
Like I think if he was to move to Manchester United, I think at least initially, players are smart. Well, you can work things out in training and all that thing. Yeah, yada yada yada. But ultimately, I think at least to begin with, he and Bruno would get in each other's way far too often to work.
Yeah, and me, I think that's an issue.
I think they operate in a very similar area of the pitch. And whether people like Bruno or not, Mount is not gonna be an upgrade on him.
No, I don't think he is. I think you're right there. No, even thinking about it, no, I can't see him as an upgrade. No. Should we move on to Palace then? There's not really a lot more you can say about Chelsea, and obviously we're running long.
There's not a lot to say except if you finished below Crystal Palace, you finished in a fucking Palace who had to bring Roy Hodgson out of retirement.
That's astonishing. I mean, that is just, of all the things to have happened, if you'd have said at the start of the season, somebody had said to you, right, what's your predictions for the season? Well, I think they're going to sack Vieira partway through the season, and the man they're going to choose to replace him is they're going to bring back Roy Hodgson, who they'd farmed out because they said he was too old for it last summer. Yeah, I don't know, a couple of summers ago, whatever it was. Everyone would have said, oh, don't be stupid, wouldn't they?
No, but just to put context into the ridiculousness, of the whole situation. In the summer, if you had said Vieira is gonna get sacked uh, in the winter, February, March, whenever it was, Palace are gonna bring back Roy Hodgson, and then he is gonna guide Crystal Palace to a better finishing position than Chelsea will spend more than £500 million.
Yeah, there's just no. Yeah, you'd have just got everyone would have just burst out laughing at you.
If you write this scenario in a movie script, it would be deemed as too unrealistic and too over the top.
Yeah, nobody would believe it. Come on, that's just stupid. Why even write that kind of stuff? There's just nobody would listen to it. But you got to say, well, next season's going to be an interesting one for them this summer as well, because they're losing a few players. Obviously, the big one that they've been built around for a long time has been Wilfred Zaha, and I know I'm not a fan of his, so there's no need to
Oh,
get
come
into
on. I
that.
thought it was your second favorite player in the league.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but he is the player they're built around for some reason. So they've got to completely change the way they set up for the future now.
Yeah, but in the recent weeks, they moved a little bit away from that, tried to center more around AZ and all this.
Yeah, I think that's because he's leaving now rather than anything else. I mean, I don't.
And they played decently well, so maybe it's the right timing for him. Maybe it's the right timing for everyone.
I think the right timing for moving away from Zaha was before when they sold him to Man United, personally. But there you go.
No, I think the right timing was when they had what 50, 60, maybe may even have been 70 million bid from, was it Arsenal or Everton?
Arsenal were in for him, weren't they? Because he's an Arsenal fan and
They
he
were
wanted to go.
Yeah, they were in for him. Everton were at one point when they were free spending Everton. They were also looking at him.
Wonder where he'll end up. Because he's 30 years old, so he's not like he's a youngster. You've not got long-term longevity from him if you sign him. Who would be interested in a player like that? He's got a terrible attitude. Doesn't really.
In the Premier League, I think a club that might look for him and that might be move up the table for him would be Aston Villa. Maybe with the money they have and European football. Or maybe he should look for a move abroad.
I just can't see anybody being interested. I know you're saying Villa, but I think Villa would have to be crazy to go for him. Stranger things have happened.
If Jose Mourinho ends up staying at Roma, maybe he might take him over there.
Really? Wow.
I'm just throwing away like few scenarios. I don't see many other teams looking at him.
If you look at that Palace squad, gotta say he did well to get them to where they finished. Because there isn't a lot of players there that you'd be thinking, wouldn't mind taking him for my team. Is it? There's not much. I mean, Elise and Eze.
Olise Eze, Tyreek Mitchell had I think he had an okay season only this year. Had a much better year last season. Mark Guehi, he's another one. The Danish centre back, Joachim Andersen.
Yeah.
He's also. I'm looking at them as players for a team that finished 11th, right? I'm not saying they're gonna win the league. They're a decent. They're decent players for a team that finished 11th.
But I'm thinking like if you're a team that finished above them, looking to cherry pick from them. I'm just thinking you.
No.
You wouldn't really be going. Maybe Tyreek Mitchell, but that's only because there's a shortage of left backs. While I do think he's a decent player, he hasn't been impressive this season, like you said. Annalise and Eze look like they've got some quality about them. Especially Elise's got some. Looks like he's got something. One of the ex-Chelsea lads.
Who plays in their midfield? Except for Ducore, I know nobody.
Riedewald, Milivojevic, but he's gone. Will Hughes, James McCarthy is gone as well. Jeffrey Schlupp.
Oh, it's the who's who of back average.
Well, I'm not sure that I'd call. I don't think James McCarthy, Will Hughes, and Schlupp have ever risen as high as bang average, basically. But there you go. I think they'd probably take that as a great compliment to say they were that good.
But bloody hell, that was the midfield that finished above World Cup winner, £100 million Enzo Fernandez.
Can you? You were saying about.
I can't wrap my head around the fact that Chelsea spent £500 million and finished below fucking Crystal Palace.
But you were saying about what's his face? The Wolves player being only 26. Can't get your head around that. Will Hughes is 28. I thought he
was linked. I'm pretty sure. I'll be honest. I think he was linked to Manchester United before my teenage.
Well, he's been there long. He's been at Derby. He was like, I think he was like 16, 17 when everyone started talking about it. He's never looked a player though. I've never understood his hype.
I think it was 15 when he first was linked to United.
Probably. It's one of those that like people rave about and then they never actually seem to actually make the grade really properly. Should we move on to Fulham then? Top half finish.
Surprise of the season.
Yeah.
Genuine surprise of the season. I would have had them as like relegation candidates. Probably they were in my bottom three at the start of the year.
You've got to say the signing of Paulinho even was the masterstroke.
Game changer for them.
Yeah, that was a difference maker, wasn't it? And obviously, giving what's his face a chance, Mitrovic, letting him carry on his run of goals and ride the.
And also, like I know they spend a lot of money when they get promoted, but this summer just passed, they were a little more reserved with their spending, a bit more try to be a bit more sensible instead of just throwing money here, there, and everywhere. Borgeno was a very good pickup for them.
Willian.
Like you said, Willian was a surprise. I thought his legs had gone 3 years ago.
But he's been really good for them. I think they've done well. But like
even Andreas Pereira has complemented their midfield very well.
Yeah. Can you believe he's 27? He's older than Ruben Neves.
Huh? No chance. Let me check.
He is. He's 27. He's 27. He's older than him. I mean, how does you think of him as still a youngster coming through, and Neves is a veteran, if anything?
Or if you had like told, if you had asked me of the two, which one is older, and if you get the answer right, you get $100. I would have said Neves.
Yeah, you would have got it wrong.
You could have asked me 10 times. I would have said Neves 10 times.
Yeah, it's just. I was literally. That's why I said it. I was like, oh, he's older than Neves. It's like, no. I would never have known it.
It feels like it was just 3 years ago that we loaned him out as a teenager.
Yeah.
Come on.
Showing your age, mate. Showing your age. But yeah, the question is, next season, do you think they'll still be able to? Because Mitrovic seemed to lose his scoring touch, didn't he, as the season went on?
He lost his head against us and never recovered
Hmm,
in that FA Cup game.
that's true. That's probably the catalyst for his form going. Yeah, they do look like they were starting to. They were dropping off, weren't they? I do wonder if this next season, I can't see them doing as well. I've got to be honest. Again, like you said, they don't really have much to you'd want to poach from them either, do they?
Paulina,
Yeah, I'm saying,
and that's about it.
yeah, that,
Like Mitrovic has a lot of, he's got a lot of issues. He's a hothead.
and his goals.
This is the only, yeah, this is the only season he's managed to be a goal threat in the Premier League on a regular basis. That even then he went off the boil in the second half. Plus he has injury concerns as well.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, when you add that to the fact that he can be suspended for large portions of the season as well, you do have
Yeah,
to.
hothead.
Yeah, you do have to question whether he'd be worth.
Whether you can rely on him to play 50 games a season.
Yeah, not a chance. More chance of Phil Jones playing 10. I wouldn't say he'll ever play 50, but yeah, you just can't take risks because he brings it on himself as well with the sendings off and that. Should we move on to Brentford
Yeah,
now?
he got banned for what was it? 8 games.
Mm.
That was all his own doing. Nobody else even provoked him when he got himself banned. When he got himself sent off against us in the FA Cup.
Yeah, he does do that as well. He has had he has a tendency to lose it. So. And Brentford, they've already started. They've already started their summer business for next summer. Move on to them. They've brought in a goalkeeper.
Mark Flecken.
Yeah, to replace. Looks like he's going to be replacing Rob's favourite goalkeeper
David
in the
Raya.
Premier League, David Raya. Yeah, he doesn't like him at all, does he, Rob?
No, I think it's Robert Sanchez who was his favorite.
Oh, yeah, could well be. You could be right there. I thought it was Raya he didn't like them. But maybe I'm getting mixed up.
No, I think it's Robert Sanchez that's his favorite.
You could be right there, actually. I think I am getting mixed up and think you're right. I've got to say, personally, I really dislike watching Brentford. It's lovely having a club like that in the league and all that, like. You know what I mean? They're impressive work to do so well, but I hate watching them. And I know people love Thomas Frank and think he's a genius and all that, but this team play horrible brand of football. Where people like Arsenal, the way they play act and that throughout the game and that, or like Roma under Mourinho, any Mourinho team, in fact, just horrible to watch. But
And they're gonna go into next season without Tony for 6 months.
that's a huge thing. Can he even recover from that? I mean, that's the thing. That's a
You never know how he comes back. Mentally,
20,
physically.
at 27, that could have ended his career at the top level because he was like looking like he was about to burst into the England squad and everything, and it's his own fault.
And also, like up until now, like he's made it very clear that he wants to play for a bigger club. He wants to play in the bigger competitions. And maybe that was his motivation to work hard to play
Mm.
as good every week. Maybe that was his fire in the belly. With this, it just like if you ask me, it just in Chelsea it doesn't get that move anymore. So
It's certainly going to be
maybe
a while, because nobody's going to want to take a chance on him until they've seen how well he gets on. So he's going to he's got to play out this season at Brentford, I would
and
think.
even with next season, you never know. Like people might be a bit worried with his endeavors,
Mm.
and he will be 28 by this time next year only.
Yep.
So
Yeah, he might have
maybe
missed his chance.
it's a huge 8 months for him now.
I was just looking at him, and I've got to say their backline, it's mostly old men. You know, 30s. Got to be honest, that Pontus Jansson, I do not get why he's. The Leeds fans still, there's a large number of them that love him, and I do not understand it. I watched a lot of him because people were linking him, where people were linking him with all sorts of clubs, and people kept asking about him on the site. So I watched a fair few times. I watched him play for Leeds to see if I could figure out, see what he was like, and I just do not see it at all. What you were talking about, Mitrovic, the hot-headedness, he's the same. Rash, ridiculously rash. Not particularly good on the ball either. He's one of those. He's really badly positioned, so he throws himself in front of a shot and blocks it. But if he'd just been in the right place in the first place, there wouldn't have been a shot. It's like wholehearted, but not particularly good. And I think they need to upgrade. They can't. He's the captain, and that's just not. They really need to look at their centre backs, because they're all in their 30s apart from Ayer, and he's shit. That Christopher Ayer.
But they should look at the relegated teams for centre back.
Mm.
Like we discussed, Bella Kocha, Salisu, both worth a look.
But they like to
Should
recruit from abroad, cheaper market. That Aaron Hickey
yeah,
has
but the
done well
like
for him, hasn't he?
yeah, he came for a big sum. They bought Louis Potter from Hull. He was a big
Oh,
money signing for
oh,
their
oh
standard.
yeah, for their standards, yeah, 19 million euros is not. But for them, it's big money. But yeah, you look
And
at.
also I think they are gonna get a decent chunk of money from the Raya sale as well.
Yeah, who's he off to?
I don't know, but he's after and there are teams looking for goalkeepers. We are looking for a goalkeeper. Chelsea are looking for
Spurs.
a goalkeeper. Tottenham are looking for a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask when we were talking about Everton. Do you think Pickford is gonna stay or go?
Do you know what? I think he'll stay simply because I don't think there's as much interest in him
I
as Everton think there will
I, I
be.
have a feeling. I have a feeling Spurs are gonna come in for him,
I think so too, but I don't think anybody will pay the kind of money that Everton think he's worth, because I don't think he is
and
worth
also
as
he's
much as
worth
they.
to them,
Yeah,
and also
that's
he's worth to them. That's it.
so. I mean, it's like what he's worth to them is far more than what he's worth to somebody looking to buy him. I would say. I think there's better options out there.
So anyways, back to Brentford. Sorry to deflect a bit. I think at least three clubs in the Premier League we're gonna be after David Raya.
Mm. Yeah,
Maybe because Spanish, maybe some team in Spain may have some interest. You never know.
yeah, I can see why he'd work for them clubs because he's good with the ball at his feet. Well, who else do you think of theirs players do you think could make a step up? I think that Mbumo could possibly be a target.
Yeah, but when I watch him, like one thing I will be like very wary of if I was gonna sign him is like a lot of his good beats come off the back of Ivan Tony, whether it's a
Yeah,
flick or
yeah,
the
no, I
through
fully
ball,
agree
whatever.
with that.
Yeah, and like it shows like he has got pace, anticipation. Bloody hell, nearly butchered that word. Anticipation and all that, but it also means he maybe it's because of the way they've built their relationship and all that, but he doesn't get found by other teammates that so often in that much threatening position.
Mm.
How good is he and how good is Tony making him look?
Yeah, I can fully understand that. Saying, I didn't realise Tony had scored 20 goals last season.
Yeah, he has.
Wow,
I think
that's a
it's
big
like
hit.
third.
That's a big hit to lose from a team for a team like Brentford. I could see them struggling next season.
I mean,
That's a huge loss for them. If he doesn't come back, I don't know, if he doesn't find his feet quickly, they could really struggle.
yeah, and he's also provided with 4 assists,
Mm.
like
Yeah,
24 goals. 24 goals, and a lot of those goals come off the back of him, directly and indirectly.
yeah. There's a lot of other, he's involved in a lot of the play. Should we move on to Spurs now? There's a lot to talk about
Yeah,
there.
but before we laugh at Spurs, that's what I'll eventually end up doing anyways. A round of applause for Harry Kane, man. 30 goals for this Spurs team.
It's unreal. To be fair, he scores goals. But the thing is,
No, but for this
this
Spurs,
Spurs
for
team,
this
yeah.
Spurs,
But the thing is, he's this season he hasn't even had the assist though, and yet he's been playing playing more of a creative role than usual. Yet he hasn't had the assist because the rest of the team have let him down. He's been creating the chances.
I was just gonna say when you said he hasn't done this, it's like it's because Son, like he went, I think he went like 5 months without being able to score a goal. Richarlison went a whole campaign without scoring goal, and Kulusevski spent much of the season out injured.
Yeah, they've been really as a team. The whole lot have been poor. It's you just think he could have got some huge amount of
He
assists
got
as
three
well.
assists. Yeah, he got 3 assists in another season where the team is finishing much better. He could have ended with 30 goals and 10 assists, for example.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean he's been playing some brilliant stuff. You got to say he's been getting better as he's got older. He's looking a better, more rounded player. That Dan Juma was a strange one.
Why sign him? If you sign him, why not play him?
Yeah, and Richarlison, why did they sign? We said at the start when they signed him, why did they sign him? It made no sense. Their transfer business was just bizarre. I mean, they signed what's his face? The
Bissouma.
hmm?
Bissouma.
No, I was thinking I understood the sign of Bissouma though he's just not
Longley.
performed.
They signed Longley,
Oh, that was a
Perisic,
ridiculous
Jet
decision.
Spence.
No, the fullback from Middlesbrough that
Jet
had been on
Spence.
loan. Yeah, Jed Spence. And Conte even came out publicly and said it was nothing to do with me. I didn't want him. It's a club signing. What kind of
And
what a
he never
mess.
played him.
Yeah, and, well, obviously he's not going to play him. He didn't want him. But what kind of mess are you in when when you're signing players like that against the wishes of your coach? That it's so far against your wishes that he's actually come out and complained about. And Lucas Moore
He's
is
just
leaving,
still on
isn't he?
the
He's
field.
gone. So I know he's not the greatest player, but he does score. He does score some goals, important goals for them. So they've lost him. They're going to lose that. Obviously, Danjuma's got Kane. I mean, it looks like they're going to lose him. Will Son ever re-find his form? It's that midfield.
Yeah, you have to worry whether it's an off season or Son starting to slow down.
Yeah, because I know he's only 30, and people would say, yeah, they can carry on for a long time. But he's played a lot of football. A lot of football, especially, and a lot of travelling because he's playing it for for South Korea. He's having to go to Asia every few months. That's a lot of travelling he's doing. It's wear and tear on your body.
And also, not everybody plays till they're 40.
True, and he's a lot of his work is pace and trickery, which if your foot speed's gone, that's gone.
Yeah, his game is reliant on athleticism, physicality, and all that. It's not just.
Do you do wonder how much it plays into it if they're playing in front of that midfield? Because that's a shit midfield. Let's be honest. That is dreadful. That Højbjerg, I know people rave about him, but I just don't get it. Skip is so average.
I actually have figured out why people like Højbjerg so much. It's because Guardiola wrote a book on his time at Bayern, and he had a lot of praise for a young player by the name of Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. And whatever Guardiola says is
Wow, that makes sense.
universal truth. That's the thing.
It must be great then. I've got it all wrong then. If only I'd known that before I said he's crap. And then I'd have known I was wrong, wouldn't I?
Yeah, and it's not like Guardiola has ever come out and praised teams after beating them 5-0 and praised players after beating them 4-0. It's not something Guardiola has ever done.
No,
It's not like
never does anything.
and it's not like Guardiola has ever complained about a team after losing 1-0 and whatever.
No, he would never do that. He just tells the truth, doesn't he? Always. Yeah, so. But you see, I mean, they're a very poor squad. But,
For the investment they've seen in the squad, it's quite laughable that they only have 3 good attackers, and sadly one of them looks like maybe he's slowing down. So we've said it many times. They've got Christian Romero who's good at the back. They've got Bentancur, who's half decent in midfield, and they've got 3 attackers. That's it.
The rest of the team, I mean, Perisic was good, but he's 34 and he's clearly struggling to get with the pace of the Premier League. Longley.
Loris was done.
Oh,
Loris was done in 2018.
Fraser Forster's
It's 5 years.
Shit. So they haven't even got a cover replacement for him. Dyer's awful. He lives up to his name. Sanchez again awful. Like I said, Longley's useless. Tanganga's just he's just not good. He's just not Premier League quality, sadly. Davies again, rubbish. Porro, not good enough. Royal, not good enough. I mean, you just look through them. There's only a few players. If Basuma could re-find his form, but I think he's been affected by the. I think he's been. The mental side. I think his head's gone after the.
Allegations?
Yeah, the allegations. That's the word I was looking for. I couldn't think of. Yeah, yeah, the allegations. I think it's got into his head. Whether it's true or not, or whatever, it's irrelevant.
Did he get cleared or what?
Did
he get cleared? Is still pending?
I can't remember, but it doesn't really matter if it affects you if it gets in your head, it can affect you even if you're cleared. It can be just as bad. Is what I was trying to say. Even if you get cleared or something like that, it's not going to be something that makes you feel good about it. It depends on the type of person you are. Some people might take that and use that as a driving force, but most people, it's going to get in their heads, and it's little wonder it's affected his game and he's not been the same player, really, to be fair. What happened to Kulusevski this season?
He had quite a few injuries, so it's like I get back in the team, I play a few games, try and build up head of steam, and then got injured again. Like he never truly got going, and apparently he's not the Spurs player officially.
No,
He's going back to
Juventus, isn't he?
Juventus. No, like I'm saying, no, had they finished in Champions League position, then it would have been an obligation. But since they are out of Europe, he's not a Spurs player technically. So maybe someone else can come in for him. And if Juventus had half of him, they would keep him there anyways.
I don't think Juventus can afford to keep him they're not in Europe, remember?
No, but I think it's more the case of Juventus can't afford to keep a player who might bring 40 million for them.
That's what I mean. They've got to sell him because they need the money. Because without being in Europe, they're in serious trouble for money.
I was listening to a journalist, and apparently it's better for Juve to finish outside of European position, because should they qualify for Europe, then they would be under investigation by UEFA as well, which might result in even more punishments.
I doubt it, because it'll be time barred, as City found out. These the offences were all mostly over five years ago, weren't they? So
no, but with Juventus, some of them are pretty recent.
Some are, but like a lot of them, a lot of the ones they've just been punished for will be, past their time when UEFA can actually take action. So they should be safe, really. Especially.
Yeah, but anyways, back to Spurs. We have to finish this. We can't leave this undone.
Go on.
So should Harry Kane go? And I think this might be the right time to ask the question. Could he be the replacement for Karim Benzema if he ends up leaving Real Madrid?
That's a good
I
one.
think that might be the best. I think that might be the best solution for everyone.
I think you've got that spot on. I think that is really the best place for him. It's the kind of level he deserves as well, if anything, for the quality of his play, and I think the slower speed of the league, and that would enable him to keep playing for longer as well.
Yeah, the technicality of the league, everything, and also the speed and youth around him.
Yeah, I think that's because his creativity there. He could be something special there, like.
Yeah, imagine him playing playing passes to Rodrigo, playing passes to Vinicius Junior especially.
Yeah, I think that would be a great shout. I don't see him fitting in at Bayern. I know they wanted him, and I know he would have done initially, but I don't think he would now. I think it's too late. Unless they're in. Who else? There's Man United, obviously, but I don't think they're in a position.
Apparently, he's against leaving England. I don't know why.
Really? Seems odd. If Real Madrid come in for you, surely for a player like him, that has to be perfect. You win the. Maybe he wants to just set records in the Premier League. Break the Shearer records. Maybe that's his. Maybe he's more interested in setting personal records than he is in winning trophies.
Yeah, but also imagine he has a 30-goal season in La Liga for Real Madrid, and he helps them win the Champions League, you know what he is gonna win, right?
Ballon d'Or. Yeah.
Obviously.
To me, I think he really missed out on when he had the chance to go to Man City. I think that both parties really missed out when that didn't happen, because that was the ideal move for him and for them, I think.
So can we now finally start laughing at Spurs?
Well, they are a laughing stock at the moment, aren't they? So to be fair, they
But-
quite often are. They do
Yeah, but
regularly give you reasons to laugh at them.
yeah, but Conte said Conte had one of the most honest takes on a club that any manager has ever had. And I think that's fucking hilarious. I don't know why people have issue with what he said, because Spurs being Spursy has been said by thousands of people by up until now. And as a Man United supporter, whenever Spurs come up, it's like you talk about this, you talk about that, and ultimately it's like, come on, lads, it's Spurs.
It's always there, isn't it, in the background?
Yeah, they can be brilliant. They may even beat us. They beat Man City consistently, and yet Spurs.
How is it that Man City under Pep Guardiola can't score against Tottenham at Tottenham? How is that? I mean, that's just incredible.
Yeah, and for people who might be confused, we're not even talking about Guardiola struggling to beat Spurs away. It's even score.
It's incredible.
Bournemouth did it 3 times. Bournemouth scored 3 goals at Tottenham Hotspur this season.
Yeah. It's Spurs.
And this Manchester City team, which is apparently the greatest English team ever, can't score against Spurs at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
And it can't be argued that they're a good side, this City side. You know, you can't even find there's not an argument to be made that they're not a good team, right? So how have they not managed to score against one of the worst? It's just absolutely incredible, that.
Yeah, one of the worst Spurs side in the past decade,
Possibly.
and playing against a team with a striker that has scored the most goals in a Premier League season.
Yeah, it's just an incredible.
Ludicrous. It's just ludicrous.
Stats just make no sense sometimes, and that's one of them. Yeah, you know. Well, yeah, that's just one of those that's an anomaly. So, anyway, should we move on to Villa? Enough laughing at Spurs, because they're in a mess. They're still going to be in a mess next season, no matter who they bring in. There's got a lot of work to be done there. I can't see Postecoglou taking it. I really can't. He'd have to be crazy. He could hold out for better. He's doing well enough at Celtic. Surely if you're him, you'd be thinking, I'll hang on for a better offer for a leave.
Yeah, but I think Spurs might be the best offer he's gonna get, because any other teams that finished above Spurs aren't gonna go in for him.
Don't know,
like let's imagine a scenario that Klopp leaves Liverpool.
No,
They're not gonna go after Postecoglou.
Brighton.
Brighton might. Yeah, that's a good shout.
I think he's absolutely perfect for Brighton. And
Brighton might, but Villa won't.
Well, you got. We'll move on to Villa. Well,
yeah.
and Emery's.
Oh,
What a job he's
tale
done.
of two halves.
Mm,
This season has been a tale of two halves with it. They started with the god of Liverpool, the Messiah, the Savior, Captain Fantastic, Captain Marvel, Sleep Easy at the helm, aiming for European football. He almost single-handedly guided them to the bottom of the league. Almost didn't actually, because Wolves were worse. Got the sack, they brought in Unai Emery, and now they picked Tottenham Hotspur for European places.
mm. If you were that Chukwuemeka that left them to go
Ah,
to Chelsea, you must be wondering why you did that. Listen to you right now.
I think he's got 100,000 reasons a week.
Yeah, but still. He'd have been better off. He'd have probably got more in bonuses than that by staying put.
And after all, next season he's not going to be playing for Chelsea. He's getting loaned out.
Hmm.
And I think he's getting loaned out to Sheffield United.
Hmm. See, he's one of those. He was one of their only bright spots in the season, but they just wouldn't give him a chance. When he did play.
No, but imagine, but like you said, imagine you leave Aston Villa to play for a European team, to play for a team in Europe, right? 12 months later, you didn't play too much for Chelsea. Now Aston Villa gonna play in Europe,
Yeah.
and you're apparently gonna get loaned out to a newly promoted side.
Yeah, it's not a good. It's not been a good decision so far for him.
And even if he doesn't get loaned out to Sheffield United, who is there a team that's better than Aston Villa that is gonna get loaned out to? I imagine not. Maybe Brighton because they're gonna lose a lot of fitness, but surely not. Who else? If not Brighton.
Yeah, I don't see him. I don't see him improving his status. I think he's made a mistake. The one thing that
Like
surprised me about Villa is how good their defence has been under Emery.
the same defenders that were hopeless under Gerrard,
Hmm?
might I say.
Not just Gerrard.
Sometimes it's more, yeah, sometimes it's more about organization and less about individual quality, isn't it? With defense.
Which is surprising because Emery's not known for his organisation of defensive formations.
Maybe he's got better coaches around him.
Hmm. Could be. Could be.
Sometimes it takes people to finally understand their limitations
Hmm.
and then they make better decisions. We're gonna get to one of those managers later on, but what a turnaround from Villa.
Yeah, and you look at their squad and there's not a lot of players there before the season started that you'd be wanting. But by the time the season finished, there's a couple that have looked like good players. Though I'm still not convinced Martinez is as good as he thinks he is.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? He may be fairly good, but he's nowhere near as good as he thinks he is.
Oh, he thinks he's the greatest goalkeeper in the world, whereas I would say he's a very average Premier League goalkeeper.
I think seventh is about as high as his ability is. Seventh in the league.
Mm. Mm. I'd have him a bit lower personally, but yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta say, if I was looking at their squad though, the only players you'd really take would be youngsters. So they've done, I mean, you've got to say they've done really well. That Jacob Ramsey and Irugbunim, or however it's pronounced, they look good for the future. They seem to have a really good youth system there, a good youth setup with players coming through. Obviously, they lost.
Watkins is a decent. Yeah, Watkins is a decent player. He's in a bit of a poker patch.
When he's on it, he's really good. But the problem is very inconsistent, and he's mid-20s.
I think he's a bit like I think he's a bit like Giroud. When he gets on a scoring run, he just goes week in week out, and when he stops scoring, he can go like half a season barely threatening to score a goal.
He's very quick and he works damn hard, but yeah, I wouldn't want to buy. If I was looking from above, and you're thinking who would you poach from a team below you, I wouldn't think he's a player. I think he's at this is his level. You wouldn't want to be looking, to bring him up a level. I think he's hit his level. I've got to say, he's done really well, though. When you look at some of the dross in that squad, that Buendia, don't rate him at all. Bertrand Traore, Leon Bailey, Philippe Coutinho. I mean, none of them are particularly special players, are they? It's not like he's inherited a great squad there, Emery. Just wonder, can he keep it up for the long term?
How much of this is players just being like, oh, we're playing for Emery, he comes with European pedigree and all that, and how much of that is his overall manager quality?
Are they in the Europa League? They are for next season, aren't they?
No, Conference League.
Oh, that's a shame.
They're gonna win it.
Well, you'd fancy Emery in any team, whatever team he manages.
Anything European. Yeah. Anything European, that's not Champions League.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, yeah, he's probably gonna. They'll certainly give it a good go, you'd think, under him.
And they should aim for a top 10 finish and winning the European Conference League.
I think it'd be quite interesting. They've certainly got the capability there, got the money behind them from the owners. They tried to buy so many players in the summer that just couldn't work out. So you just wonder if they brought them in, would they have been any better, or has it worked out best for them that they weren't able to bring those players in? We'll move on to Brighton next then. Finished 6th, which was, excellent season. I didn't realise their top goal scorer was Alexis McAllister. What? But wow. And you've gone quiet again. Has your sound gone off again, Mr. Den? I'll just keep going. I honestly thought Evan Ferguson would have been their top scorer. I'm really surprised at that. I know he's only 18 years old, but still. He only scored 6 goals. Wow. I thought he scored more.
Sorry, I got off for a moment. Who scored 6?
Evan Ferguson. I didn't realise Alexis McAllister was their top scorer.
How many goals did he end up scoring? 7, 10. Was it?
10 for McAllister, 6 for Ferguson.
Oh.
Pascal Gross.
Last I checked it was 4. Yeah, Gross in a patch of form at the end of the season.
I like Gross as a player.
He scored a banger. Was it against Wolves? Yeah, it was against Wolves. He scored a banger.
If he had pace, he'd never have been at Brighton in the first place. That's the only thing he's lacking, is he's a bit slow.
If he had pace, he would be playing for Dortmund or Bayern.
He would have been at Bayern Munich because he's got such fantastic technique. Such a shame. because he's just missing that one thing. He got 8 assists as well. I mean, that's a good season. That Matoma
Oh,
season.
he's a brilliant set piece taker
Oh,
there.
yeah. Fantastic technician, basically, isn't he? He's one of he's one of those players who really just should get more more height than he
Like
does.
even with his lack of pace, he should have been playing for a no offense to Pine, but he should have been playing for a better side.
Yeah, now, well, they're at the level now where he's finally playing for a team that's at the level he deserves, I think. You know, in the European places.
But he's signed for a team that finished 17th or was it 16th in the league,
Mm.
back to back seasons at 16.
Yeah, exactly, but now he's 31. The thing is, they're going to be in trouble because it looks like they're going to be losing both Caicedo and Alexis McAllister, as their manager constantly tells everyone. Like we said, it is a very bizarre way of managing a team going into the final few games, and it's no wonder they dropped off so badly. When he was constantly selling their better players, like, really odd.
Is he trying to just get a bidding war in for them, telling everyone they're up for sale?
I don't know. I didn't understand it at all. Very, very, very odd. Hey, that can't be right. Transfermarkt. I was just looking at their lineup for the final game of the season according to Transfermarkt. Said they started with 4-4-2 with Gross at left back. Is that right? I didn't see that game, so
Or these formation listings, they can be so weird.
I know Serbi likes to mess about, like, but that that can't be right.
I think Gross played right back, but no, I'm gonna take that back.
I know I've seen him play wing back,
I just
but
know mm, Caicedo has been playing from the right side quite often.
mm,
Wing back, right back, winger,
yeah.
whatever you want to say.
You do wonder how long those kind of weird choices can work out for you as a manager. See, that's the thing. It
Yeah,
might they
yeah.
should they
BBC has them playing a 4-4-2 as well with Gross left back and Veltman right back.
oh, so maybe he did play left back. That's very strange. Very
No, but
strange.
I think since they have Veltman, I think it might have been a back three. Oh, I didn't watch the game, so I'm not gonna speculate.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it is, Tris. I know what it is. It's the Guardiola fullback plays midfield role.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, Gross was the one coming inside then,
Yeah,
yeah.
Gross comes inside. Veltman pushes
Comes
to the
inside, yeah.
right and the back. Yeah, everybody.
Back
Uh,
three, yeah.
it must have been that.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
That makes
yeah,
sense.
weird back three, back four combination.
I mean, they got some good players there, some cracking players there. If you're looking to, obviously, I mean, I like Webster, as you know, though he's 28, so um,
28 and gets a fair few injuries.
yeah, I don't think he's someone you'd. I don't think he's someone. I think he's a cracking player, but I don't think he's someone you'd look to sign. But Caicedo, McAllister, um, obviously
Ferguson,
Ferguson
Ivan Ferguson.
and Kairu Mituma as well.
And I know Incisco only signed last summer. He
Oh yeah,
looks a good prospect. So positive. He's so positive. Always looking to move forward. Always looking to take a shot.
mm. Yeah. They finally look to have got their attack together. That's the thing.
And in the past few games, even Unda was started scoring,
Was
or
it?
at least looked like scoring.
He's taken a while to find his feet, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, it happens with some players. It takes them time. Some players never work. Some players they just need a year or two to finally get grips of everything.
So, what do you think for next year with them? Without McAllister and Caicedo, can they
Well,
replace them?
it's gonna be a tough ask. It's gonna be a tough ask.
I think.
Losing one player, one star player is hard. If they lose two, regardless of how much money they bring in, it's gonna be a very big job.
Mm, yeah, and like I was saying, if the manager's making all these bizarre positional choices and that, and formation, odd formations and that, it's only a matter of time before that gets found out. They work, when it works, it's brilliant, but those kind of things have a habit of come crashing down and then confidence goes and, they're very short term. They you can't keep getting away with it trying to be too clever, as Pep Guardiola knows.
The greatest manager ever,
Apparently so,
Pep
yeah.
Guardiola.
Yeah, certainly the greatest spender of money ever.
It's gonna be a real test for De Zerbi. Next season, he gets to prove his mettle. Right now, you and I can argue like, well, he's following in Potter's footsteps, just continuing what
Mm.
the journey they were already on and all that. But if they were to lose both Caicedo and McAllister, Little Mac, I was gonna call him Big Mac, but he's actually quite little.
Yeah, he's only short, isn't he? What do you think of that Mitoma? Someone's just asked on the live chat.
Oh, he's one of the best dribblers ever.
Mm. Incredible at
Why did
diving.
I say? Why did I say ever? I meant to say like this season,
Mm.
and I said ever. I don't know why. He's been one of the best dribblers, and apparently, he rejected when he was 18. He rejected a professional contract to study
Yeah, he went to
in the
university.
university, and he wrote a thesis on dribbling.
Yeah, I thought that was a joke when I first read that he'd get studied dribbling at college. I thought it's got to be a wind up. But no, apparently he did.
He probably he probably pursued some kind of sports degree and then wrote a thesis on dribbling. It's not completely unfathomable.
Very odd, but yeah. He has shown he
A
understands
professional
how to dribble.
listen, a professional footballer went to university to study. That's already very rare.
That's odd. The fact that he could write his own name is like, is the level that you're normally aiming at for a professional footballer, is to be able to spell it correctly. But
Yeah, for a slender guy who just off of his looks a bit timid and quite easily flustered. Just off his he actually is a bit of a warrior. He seems to enjoy a battle.
yeah, a bit of a diver though as well, though, isn't he?
Probably studied Neymar's dribbling.
Oh, I think that's the problem. The game's infected by Neymar. Every Brazilian just seems to spend their game throwing themselves to the ground. Actually, I think you mentioned it, didn't you, in the WhatsApp group as well? We have. I think you were saying
Yeah,
something similar.
for a second I thought you were just reading my text.
I just realised that I was thinking, why does that sound familiar? And then I realised I think you were saying the same thing, weren't you? I was thinking if I had seen it. Yeah, that. It's a shame.
Actually, that is a big part of why I despise Neymar.
Hmm. Yeah, he's definitely
But
blighted the name.
because he's so famous, because he's so loved and all that, and idolized by many, wrongfully, but he is. It's like his bad habits also get picked up by a lot of people.
Hmm. Very much so. Should we move on anyway? Next team up, fifth place was Liverpool. Just fell short of the Champions League places in the end. Give it a
I
good.
I'm quite devastated that we we finished nine. Was it 9 points ahead of you?
8.
Just for the symmetry. Eight. Just for the symmetry, I wanted it to be 7.
So 7 hard could have 2 sevens, yeah?
Just so that we could be 7 up, but unfortunately we're 8 ahead.
Oh no. Such a hard life, isn't it? I mean, that's just terrible for you.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
just take it away. Just take it away. Do your mini review. Don't take too much time. Mini review
Okay,
of
yeah.
Liverpool.
Dreadful start. Got the pre-season wrong. Weren't fit enough. Paid for it at the start of the season. Confidence went. Other teams were going at them rather than sitting back and defending like they were expecting to be playing against low blocks, and teams weren't going in with a low block against them. And they just never recovered. Didn't use the winter break, the World Cup break to reset and do a fresh pre-season to get the players fitter. So it just carried on and carried on. It took too long to get get the message and improve the fitness and get back to doing what they're good at. Unfortunately, and messing about with the tactics. This hybrid system copying the Pep Guardiola thing with Trent Alexander-Arnold. Oh, I hate it. I really do hate it. And I know it works, getting him in midfield and that, but just put him in bloody midfield for God's sake. What's the point of this hybrid system? It's just complicating matters for the sake of it. I don't like it at all. I'd like to see him play in midfield, and next season, I think with him in midfield alongside McAllister, hopefully, I think Liverpool look a lot better side. But,
This is a season review. This is a season review, not season preview. That's gonna come later on
no, just saying that, like,
in a few months' time.
it's not like it's a bad, a long-term mess. It's just a short-term mess. Made a mistake. Bad squad management for years has been coming to this. They're constantly keeping older players that should have been got rid of. So the money's tight. I mean, why on earth did Naby Keita end up going on a free instead of being let go? January, when they come in for an offer to loan him and Klopp turns it down, why was he even allowed to turn it down? Just get rid of the useless person. I'm trying to think of a nice word for him, but I can't think of one. He was worst signing in Klopp era, and that's something. Yeah, and there's too many players that never fit, for long enough to build up a partnership in the defence. You've got to be looking at this. These things should have been fixed instead of holding on to an extra centre back, which is what Klopp did this summer by holding on to Nathaniel Phillips again for another season instead of selling him and replacing Joel Matip or Joe Gomez or Virgil van Dijk or Ibrahim Konate, whichever. It don't matter. It should have been replacing at least. We should have been replacing 2 of them really and getting rid of 2, 3 centre backs. But yeah, I mean it's just a mess. It was just a really bad start to the season and they never recovered. And I know a lot of it's hung over from the way the season ended and that, but a lot of it is down to Klopp Klopp making errors with the pre-season and the transfer windows, letting all these players just hang around that aren't staying fit to play. I mean, I love Thiago, but him and Naby Keita, they're just not fit often enough to deserve to stay. Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, I understand, couldn't get rid of him. Nobody was willing to take him off our hands in the summer, so we, he had to see out the season. But again, he's another player that shouldn't have been there still. James Milner, I love James Milner, but he was clearly slowing down this season. It's time for him to go, so good luck to him. I hope he has hope he finds a place where he fits in nicely. Good riddance to Keita. Shame about Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Bobby Firmino leaving's a big loss, big blow, like, but right time for him as well. So yeah, I mean, it's too many injuries were the main problem, but that's down to lack of fitness. So, and that was down to a bad pre-season. So hopefully lessons were learned, because can't go through that again. That was terrible. Though I don't think it have been, because there's still a lot of players there that aren't looking like going to be moved on.
Like who?
Hmm?
I don't. I'm starting to struggle to see any like player that's gonna bring in much of a transfer fee for you guys this summer.
Yeah, but getting rid of their wages is worth it anyway. I mean, if you look at, say, Virgil van Dijk and Matip, they're on nigh on £200,000 a week. Just getting them wages off the books is worth it alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're not stealing Van Dijk.
No, but I'm saying I would. This is what I'm saying. This is what the club should have been doing. Thiago shouldn't still have been there. Much as I love him, fabulous player, just can't stay fit. I think Fabinho is another one. I love him as well, but again, he's just too many injuries, and I do not understand how the club's allowed itself to get in this position where it's got so many players that can't stay fit. I know they're using this predictive software, but that's no excuse for this. This is down to recruitment and, allowing Klopp to have too much power. Which, again, I love Klopp, but, somebody needs to be above him saying, you've got too big a squad, you need to cut it down. If you want the quality players, you keep saying about he wants the owners to take more chances in the transfer market. Well, first off, you need to make some ruthless decisions to cut back the size of the squad to make it possible for them to take more chances in the transfer market.
Yeah, but I'm just going through the Liverpool wages per week, and I'm quite baffled at how low they are, man.
Seriously?
Yeah, because I'm looking from from the perspective of a Manchester United supporters.
Yeah, but they're far too high for.
Yeah, but Salah is on same as Jadon Sancho,
Yeah, which is.
and he's the
But
highest earner.
that's just ludicrous how much Jadon Sancho is on, rather than.
No, but yeah, agreed. But that also kind of shows like the difference in the overall money the clubs make.
It's more that.
Okay, let me just list the players that earn more than Van Dijk. Obviously De Gea, obviously Sancho, because I said Sancho earns the same as Salah, and maybe these numbers aren't exactly accurate, but Varane, Casemiro, Martial, and Bruno, they all are more than Van Dijk, and Van Dijk is his second top earner.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not really about paying one or two players too much. Liverpool's problem. and you got to remember they've paid for, obviously we've spent money on invested in the infrastructure, where United haven't spent any money on their infrastructure under the Glazers. So there's more money to spend on things like player wages and that to spare, whereas Liverpool are playing for the stadium upgrades and that. So it does
Well,
make a difference. So you do have to be more careful of player wages while you're paying that off. Bit like Arsenal had to, when they were building the Emirates. Till it was
yeah,
paid.
but yeah, this is where the stat and context are two different things.
Yeah,
This is what it's on. Like
it seems
just the
like
plain
you earn
numbers.
more money, but you do earn more money. It's not a huge difference in the earnings. It's just that Liverpool have got a lot of other things that are taken out of it. Man United have only got the football. Have only been paying on the football, for the players and wages and that, because they haven't been working on their infrastructure, which will have to be done at some point.
Okay, without factoring the new deal for Dalot and without including Alejandro Garnacho's wages, we still pay what is it, 77 million more
Hmm.
per year. It just shows how ludicrous our wage bill is. That was my main point.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. But I mean, when you're saying about the differences in payment, it shows how much the investment in infrastructure can cost the club. While it doesn't just pay itself. People forget about that. When they're thinking about it, how much it costs just to run the club alone. People forget these things when they're looking at it from outside. Anyway,
Yeah, I was just saying plain numbers, and even I didn't completely take everything in consideration.
yeah, there's so many things, isn't there, involved. It's hard to keep them all in perspective, really, and you have to remember it when you're doing it.
And also something else to take into consideration is this is just the basic salary.
Yeah.
Some players play more on bonus model, like Liverpool up, and some clubs just operate and we pay you a lot of money upfront, like Manchester United.
Mm. And some do both.
Like Real Madrid.
Yeah. Should we move on anyway? Because we've talked about Liverpool to death over the season anyway, haven't we? I mean, I've ranted
Yeah,
about them,
next.
so let's move on to Newcastle.
Yeah, they finished second in the United race.
You've got to say, hats off to Eddie
I'm
Howe,
gonna
though.
take every victory. Oh yeah, exactly. And before I forget, I said like some managers have learned from their mistakes and acknowledge them. Eddie Howe is one of them.
Yeah, fair play to the lad.
From his Bournemouth stint, he realized he's not a manager; he's more of a coach. So he doesn't interfere with transfers as much. And it's quite refreshing to see like the manager having the ability to swallow his pride and admit his shortcomings.
Yeah, I really respect him for that. I think that's really something that you can't you can't just ignore too much. You have to give him credit for it. Huge amount of
I
credit.
still, yeah, I'm still not totally convinced he's as good, but it's refreshing to see
Hmm.
a manager take a backseat from transfers because he acknowledged that he may not be the best at it.
I hadn't realised how big their squad was, to be honest. I was just looking at it. It's huge.
They've not sold many players. From the previous season. They didn't do a lot of player sales. They only brought in players.
Yeah, I mean, Callum Wilson did all right for them at 18. But you got to say, fair play to Eddie Howe for getting Miguel Almiron playing. I mean, he always looked like he couldn't have scored in a brothel with a fistful of 50s, but this season he's got 11 goals and he's looked good. But I mean, Anthony Gordon.
But but with Almiron, it was mostly just 3 months of fire, and then 6 months of mostly nothing.
Yeah, but that's 3 months more than usual. Well, he's normally just
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't. I can't get over the fact that Anthony Gordon, they paid nearly 50 million basically for Anthony Gordon. I mean, what on earth? You know, when you look at you, but that puts their spending in perspective. People saying about how they've been careful and then they go and spunk that on him. I mean, and every time he's played, they don't look right. I do wonder how long it'll
And
be.
he hardly plays. Like he's never played when I watched them.
You got to wonder how long until they realise it was a mistake and he's not actually any good anyway, and get rid of him. But I mean, they've got a lot of players they need to offload. To be honest, so many players still left over from the previous era that just aren't good enough. The only one that really is Bruno Guimaraes. Got to be said, he's about the only one of them that you'd say is definitely someone you can build around and take the club up a step or two. I like Isaac, but I'm not. But he's. I mean, is he only
He's
23?
only 22.
23.
Did he turn 23? Okay, he turned 23 this season.
So yeah, he's still got room to grow. So you can. So you got him as well, like, but he's still got.
What about Botman? I've
Oh
not
yeah,
watched him play. I'm
Botman.
not saying he's
Yeah.
good or bad. I watched him play against us in the Carabao Cup final.
Hmm.
Not the greatest of games.
Hmm. I didn't see that, so I'll have to take your word for that. So I don't know. I've not seen a lot of him. So yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. I mean, they've got so many players left over from the previous era. They need a lot of work to do. I can see why they're looking at players like Maddison, but I don't think that's what they need. I'm not.
But going through the squad, they need quite a few players.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah, they need almost a new squad. There's
they
not.
could do with a centre back.
Definitely.
They could no. They need a left back. Danman is a 6'7" centre back playing left back,
Yeah. Left back, right
and
back.
right now he's operating in mostly with positive vibes and all that. He's a Newcastle lad, fulfilling his dream and all that. But surely that's gonna end sometime. Right back, they can make do with Trippier for a season or two still. They've got the young right back Ashby as well.
True.
They can see whether he's any good. The Guimaraes is brilliant. They have to try and hold on to him.
Hmm. They need to. They
Knox,
do need a midfield around him, though.
yeah, at least one more midfielder, and more likely two. I know Longstaff has been good for them, but
And Joe Linton has
if
as
they
well in
were,
midfield, but not long term, is it?
yeah, neither are long term if they intend to play Champions League football season in season out, and I would say they need both right and left wingers.
Desperately need wide players, yeah. God, yeah. I know people rave about Sam Maximum, but you can't rely on him. Can't rely on it
And
while he
he's
can't stay
also
fit.
he's not suited to the way they play, and I would say he's not suited to a team that's on the front foot most of the time.
I don't think
He's
he's.
more of a counter-attacking footballer, anyways.
I don't think he's suited to a team either.
Yeah, like if you're a team that's on defensive duties 90% of the time, and then you get the ball to him and he gets half the field to run one-on-one, then he's effective.
Hmm.
But if he is playing against a low block or a back four, trying to thread a ball through and create chance out of nothing, then he's gonna be hit and miss,
Yeah,
and not misses and hits.
he's fantastic to watch, but that's all.
He's exciting. He's very exciting, but maybe not effective enough for me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's just great to watch, but not actually do a lot really for all that excitement. Doesn't actually contribute enough. Right, should we move on to well, I think you can take this one. Some minor club that got lucky, fluked it. Didn't do as well as they did under Ole, obviously, because they've got a weaker manager now. Now they've downgraded from Ole. Obviously, they didn't do as well as he would have done, because he managed to get them
Yeah,
second.
yeah, Eric 7-0 Hag.
Yeah,
I'm gonna, I'm gonna embrace
Sack
the
him.
memes. You know what? I might actually break into tears if we sacked him. That would be tears of anger. That would be tears of anger.
Oh, that's reason enough to sack him alone.
No, I've been honest. I might have said this before as well, but I have a crush on the man. I have a crush on the man. For now, he could do nothing wrong. He can walk on water. He can walk on clouds. Everything for me.
Oh dear. So,
How the fuck?
well,
No, but
the
how
big
the fuck?
question.
Listen,
No. The
listen.
big
How the
question
fuck did?
first.
Yeah.
First,
No, it's
Rob
still tough.
or Ten Hag?
Yeah, it's still tough.
Come on,
It's still
big
tough.
question. Rob or Ten Hag?
It's still tough.
Oh.
It's Eric is 10. Eric is 10, but Rob is 11 hard.
Oh bless. Right, sorry. Anyway, go back to what you were saying. You take it away again.
Like how he managed to get this team to finish third, I don't know, because there are more than 3 better teams in the league than us on paper. On paper, we don't have a goal scorer. We had the whole Ronaldo fiasco.
We do have a goal scorer, Rashford.
But even he operates in patches. Either he scores like, who was it that I just compared him to? Yeah, like Ollie Watkins. He either goes on a scoring run or he goes on a drought.
To be honest, though, I was thinking
And
about what you said. That strikers do tend to do that as a rule, anyway.
no, but the thing is, even like your elite strikers, even when they're going through a drought, they threaten the goal. But with Rashford and Ollie Watkins, since I used him before as well, when they're not on a scoring form, they don't threaten to score.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
For example, Salah might go 5 games without scoring, but he will have missed very good chances in those games.
True. I get what you mean.
But with Rashi, he doesn't get into goal scoring chances when he's suffering a drought. And to be fair, he's not a striker either. He's more of a wide forward.
Yeah, left wing is his best position, I think.
And we're a bit over reliant on him to score the goals this season.
Mm.
Oh, by the way, did someone curse Wout Weghorst because he had basically an open goal in the 90th minute on his right foot? Nobody around him, and he fucking missed the goal against Fulham.
Wow. He's just.
I think the script is I think the script is ready for him to score the winning penalty against Man City.
Ooh, there's a big shout. Be nice
And
if it was something like that, because he's been
and
getting.
he's got he gets blamed for everything.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure some of the Manchester United supporters are gonna blame him for the summer temperatures later on.
Oh, no doubt they already are preparing their speeches. They spent over 200 million this summer.
And that guy Gabby Agbonlahor had him as one of the flops of the season. What the fuck was he expecting of him is my question. He's a loan signing from a championship club. I think people need to remember this. Yeah. I think people need to remember this as well. He's a loan signing from a championship club.
And you got to remember, it was a desperation move because you just couldn't you weren't able to spend any money. It's as simple as that. You'd spent out, what you've got, and you couldn't go and buy somebody else. You were stuck. You take what you can get at that point, don't you?
And sure, he's not a good player. He's not a good striker. He's a half decent player actually.
Mm.
But there is a reason he's a player on loan from a championship side. Because he's not a Champions League level player. Otherwise, he'd be at a Champions League level club. There should be some reasonable expectations from the players as well.
Can't believe you spent 70 million on Casemiro. Wow.
Yeah, we spent 67.
That's a lot of money for a player at his age.
But at least he makes
a difference.
At least he makes a team, and he makes a difference.
Hmm. Oh yeah,
and he was here and now.
It's not.
It's obviously a lot of money. We basically bought Real Madrid Tchouaméni.
Yeah, and 95 million for Anthony. Wow.
I don't think there's too much to say about that. That's grossly overpaid.
It's very strange.
We started with 50 odd million. They wanted 60. We spent 2 months trying to get the price down and ended up paying 95 instead.
And partly your own fault because you went and bought the Argentinian defender whose name Lisandro Martinez off.
Lisandro Martinez.
Yes, you paid them a big wad of cash already, so they didn't need the money. I mean, what were you expecting to happen when you did that? I mean, when we were talking about,
I'm pretty sure there was a time. I'm pretty sure there was a time when we could have had both those players for around 130 million instead of 160 million.
Oh, probably even less if you'd have bought both together at the start of the window.
Probably 50 and 100. Yeah, and that's the issue. Ten Hag was stubborn about who he wanted. The club was trying to be strong about how much they wanted to spend. Ultimately, the club folded, costing much more money. And that's the thing. Either you have to be swift with these decisions.
Mm.
Either you say like we're not gonna spend over this much for this player, so we move to next target, or they say we're gonna do this deal all year.
Well, it meant you missed out on other deals as well, such as Hakpo, for instance, because you couldn't afford.
We could have had. realistically, we could have had both Hakpo and Anthony for 95 to 100 million anyways, if we were more quicker with the deals.
Yeah, mad. And yet, at the end of the day, Ten Hag still managed to get you into third place, despite all that.
Yeah, overall, it's been a good season.
Mm.
I would have taken a cup final, a cup victory, and a tougher position.
Yeah, and
If it,
you've got a cup,
yeah.
you finished third, and you're in another final. I mean, you really can't complain at your season. It's been a good season.
I would have, yeah, at the start of the season, I would have taken fourth and like getting out of the cup competitions at quarterfinal stages.
Yeah, good cup
We've done
run.
better than yeah, I wouldn't even have asked for a good cup run, like round of 16 quarterfinal, and it would have been okay. And we've done better than that.
I think really at the end of the day, finishing in the top four was the important thing, and
Yeah,
you did
championship
that.
for next season.
Yeah, and that's what mattered. I think that was the biggie. Uh,
That realistically gives us more money to spend. That gives us a better pitch for the
yeah,
players to come join us.
but like who's going to own you? When will you be sold? Will you be sold? I mean, this is the now the issue.
Well, we'll be sold by this decade.
Mm, it's really going to
We
make.
will be sold. We will be sold, but will it happen in the 2020s, 2020s or will it take to 2030s?
Depends on how many round the bid they have. I think they could have another 12 at least. Uh,
And to be honest, if you just think of the business, why wouldn't you, as the owners?
yeah,
Every time someone seems like have, like, they might be on the way to secure a deal, the other party just comes up with a few more billions.
yeah. If you're the owners of the club, you got to be crazy to sell. But yeah, it's free money for you, isn't it? At the end of the day.
For them, it's obviously free money because they hardly spend any money to buy the club in the first
Well,
place.
they didn't spend any of their own money, did they? It was all borrowed.
Yeah.
And the club itself paid it all back. They didn't pay it back. So they've actually spent nothing. All of this is free for them. But anyway, yeah,
They
so
only take in dividends.
yeah, back to the football itself. I mean, you look at that team, and you'd still say there's a lot of work need doing to the team, which means you've got to
Yeah,
congratulate Ten Hag for getting them in the top, to getting them into third place with a team that needs so much work doing.
yeah, I know. I know. I've been a defender of his, and I still think like it's not a pressing need, but a goalkeeper that suits the style of play
Mm.
is gonna be required in the either this summer or next summer, but in the very near future. So De Gea, his future is ultimately up in the air. Right back, it's a tussle between Dalo and Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka has showed some very promising signs in the past 6 months after the World Cup. He's shown the ability to learn and all that, but still it's a big season next year for both of them. Centre backs Varane is injury prone. Martinez has been very good. Lindelof is a very good backup. Maguire is the
Maguire
less
is,
said the better.
yeah,
No,
just
Maguire is we have four senior centre backs, and Maguire is the fifth choice.
yeah, and he was
Luke Shaw
already,
has been very good. Luke Shaw has been very good for us because he's ensured we don't have to rely on Maguire as much.
yeah. I mean, let's face
That
it,
is more than enough.
Phil Jones injured to play before Maguire.
If he was half fit, he actually would have.
Yeah. The shocking thing is that like Ten Hag's had to come out and make it plain that he's not going to play him. You should be thinking, you got to start thinking about your future, Harry. Basically, he's come out publicly and said that, and Harry Maguire hasn't shown the self-awareness to immediately go in and request a transfer.
I I am starting to think he's actually dumb.
Oh, he is. He must be. He's got to be. He's got to be among the thickest of footballers, and that is a really low bar to get under. To be that thick, and he has to
Yeah,
be right up there among the
Ten Hag
top.
has Ten Hag has come out in the media previously and said like, oh, he's the club captain, he has a role to play and all that. That's what managers say. But he is behind a left back whose main weakness is defensive play.
Mm.
That should be an indication clear enough for you. You're a club captain who's an 80 million pound centre back, and you're behind a left back who can't defend. And yet you think you're being hard done by. Yet you think you have a role to play for the club.
It's the moment when he scored that goal against who was it?
Against San Marino.
Yeah,
San Marino, I
that
think.
was it. And you think, and he's celebrating like he's scored the winning goal in the European Champions League final, and that showed him all he was saying afterwards. That's like he's rammed the words down the critics. You're a defender, mate. It's your defending that's under fire. Scoring goals is not the issue here. It's just like there's no intelligence there at all. An intelligent man would know what the issue was, but him, he just doesn't get it. Yeah, and
I was just reading the Sky Sports page, and apparently Manchester United are ready to pay £10 million to get Harry Maguire off the books. Was one of the headlines. I don't know who came up with that or whatever, but
which team would take him, even if you paid them 10 million? And that's the thing, isn't it? Even if you paid them 10 million, here, take Harry Maguire from us, please, we'll give you 10 million to take him. What team would want him?
If it wasn't Saunders at the helm, I would have said Everton.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah, things are changing there now.
Yeah, because I've said this many times. There are 3 horribly run football clubs in world football, like playing in the top leagues. That's Manchester United, Everton, and Barcelona. I don't think Barcelona are going to come in for Maguire, and Everton don't have the money to buy Harry Maguire's boots, let alone Harry Maguire. I think we might end up actually having to pay a club to take him off our hands.
Yeah, I honestly do.
Sheffield United. He came through Sheffield United's youth ranks. Maybe there is an emotional connection there.
It'd have to be. You'd have to pay them to take him now.
But 10 million is a decent business for us. If we could just do the deal for 10 million. But they might want more. They might want more than 10 million for it.
Probably. I would think so.
Maybe if Brendan Rodgers comes in at Spurs. Oh, anyways, it's the review, not preview.
I can't see that. Do you think he would? Well, I suppose they're that desperate. They've asked everybody else. I suppose who else can they ask?
No, but there are very few managers who you would say should take the job, right? I'm not saying who might. If you if the manager asked you, should I take the Spurs job or not? There are very few managers who will say, go on, take that job. But one of those managers for me is Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, because like you can't see where else he can go, if nothing else.
Yeah, he surely his ego won't allow him to go to the championship. Celtic
Yeah,
aren't completely enamored by his departure.
yeah, there really isn't many options left, is there? Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see why you're saying that.
so anyways, it's gonna be an interesting season next year for us. It was a kind of an over performance for Den Hag this year. Let's see how he fares out. Next up, it's your favorite manager in the league.
My
You should
favourite,
take this away.
my favourite manager. We've
Yeah,
already done Sam Allardyce.
but he's hardly part of Premier League.
Yeah, yeah. So Arsenal next. Uh, yeah, I mean they've had a season to remember for them because they were not expecting this. Like yourselves, I think they would have been happy with a top four finish is all they were looking for, and instead they actually got a title challenge right up until the moment the pressure came on them, and then they just folded. To be fair, they were never expected to be in the running in the first place, so the fact they were up there, I think, is all you could really ask for. And losing Saliba to injury, that was a huge blow. He's immense for them, and without him, they just don't look anything like as good a team. Be interesting to
Yeah,
see
but
if.
isn't it quite hard to take as a fan base though? You come into the season
Mm,
thinking there's like no chance in hell that you even get close to top of the table. You end up spending more than 240 days at first position. Is at first you like, oh, it's not gonna happen. It's a false dawn, and City are gonna come up, and Liverpool, and all those things. Finally, you start believing that this might actually happen, and then all the life gets sucked out of you. It
yeah,
must suck for that.
yeah, it must be really. You're right. I mean, if they'd have finished second and they'd have just come up, got the point, got over the season, they'd been second all the way along, or something like that. If it had happened a different way round, they'd come up from the bottom rather than going from the top. Being at the top for so long, they'd just been delighted. But the way it worked out for them, it must be really hard to take it. You're right, but
It's easier for Newcastle to finish with Newcastle lead, like battling for fourth all season and then finishing fourth.
yeah, yeah, for the fans to take it, to understand it, and feel like it doesn't feel like a victory, even though it can't do. I mean, it can't feel like a
They
victory to them,
overperformed.
even though
Like,
it
come on,
was.
they overperformed. They overperformed
Yeah,
everybody's expectations.
yeah, nobody
They
expected them
got
to
a
be
lot more
promoted.
points. Yeah, they got a lot more points than even the most optimistic Arsenal fan would have like predicted. And it ultimately it's a disappointment for a lot of them.
Yeah,
And rightfully
it's sad really because you can't. How can you can't really enjoy something that should be a huge celebration for them, really.
so.
Hmm?
But then again, Arsenal fan TV make a mockery of them every
Yeah,
time they open them Arsenal.
yeah. That's the worst thing about Arsenal. I would say is Arsenal fan TV.
So there was a time when Arsenal were a respected and respectable club until Arsenal fan TV happened.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean Wenger is one of my all-time heroes. In football, lovely guy. great to talk to about football, and then and you couldn't help but respect him, but then you get Arsenal fan TV, and it just makes them look a bit embarrassing. Even though the thing is, they're not even actually connected to the club, really, other than it's just a bunch of, it's about as much connected to the club as we are connected to any club. But still, it does make you it does make you look at Arsenal in a different light, which is probably unfair, really. They have got some quality players there in Saka and Saliba, though, to build around for the future. I have to fancy them to. I don't know if I'd fancy them to go again next season and be a challenger.
No, but you'd expect them to be like fighting for Champions League places again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I think you'd expect them to be a top 4 team again next season, but I really don't see them being a challenging for the title next season. Even though then I didn't expect, nobody expected them to do it this season, so could all be wrong, but they've got a lot of decisions to make over players. Who do they upgrade on? What do they do with Balogun?
That's a weird. That's a very difficult situation for them. They can't like give Balogun the starting position because they spent 50 odd million on a striker just in the summer gone by.
Well, that was one of the problems they had. Their form dropped off. It's not just because of Saliba going out. He brought back Jesus the minute he came back from injury. When they've been doing well and scoring goals without him, why bring him straight back in? You do it
and with Balogun, the issue is like if he wasn't an Arsenal player, let's say he had come through the ranks at Reims and scored 15 odd goals, then they would have looked to sign him as a backup, right? Or a rotation option, or like someone to compete for the first team place. But since he's actually an Arsenal player, like it kind of makes it harder for them to promise a backup spot for him because they promised that and not delivered it before.
I think he deserves better as well. He's done well enough to look like a top striker. He had done before. This is the thing. It was a very odd decision to loan him out, from my mind. I think he's one of those that he should have been given a chance this season, and I think that cost them badly, as it turned out. Yeah.
I think they were swept up by 4 good games from Nketiah at the back end of the previous season. Not this one, the one before. Well, they gave him a new contract. Thought he might come good then.
But he did. I mean, they didn't do too badly when Jesus was out and Nketiah was leading the line. I don't think that was the problem. I think the problem was buying Jesus and sending Balogun out on loan when they could have just used that money to buy somebody else. Somebody to fill a position they actually needed, and given Balogun a chance to build it and add Nketiah as the backup to him.
It'll be interesting to see how they manage these players. Saliba has 1 year left on his deal, I think.
They've got to get him to sign a new contract. I know no player's bigger than the club and all that, but they really need him to stay and extend for the future.
The issue, is he asking for too much money? Is he still not fully convinced by the project, Arteta, whatever might the reason be? Does he want to go back to France?
It just doesn't get on with
Arteta. Still? Is that still the case?
Well, would you? I mean, there's an offer from PSG on the table. Wouldn't you be considering it when you're in his position? because you don't know how long until Arteta will decide he still doesn't like you and buy a replacement for you. Whereas PSG is saying we want you to be the mainstay of our defence. Makes a lot of sense for a player like that to move, to be honest. Even though I think he should stay at Arsenal. But I can see why he'd choose not to. Anyway, should we move on to the final team? Manchester City. I mean,
Business as usual.
do you know what? They've not been as good this season. They've not been as dominant as they have been in recent years. Even though they've added Haaland, and it should have made it. Well, it's made them better in cup competitions, I think. It's made them more likely to win the Champions League. But they did struggle to get the hang of it. Even though he was scoring goals left, right, and centre, they really struggled to get him into games. Oddly, and the way he set up the Kyle Walker thing and that, it's been a bit messy. And yet they still strolled away with the league. They were quite lucky. Liverpool were having a down year this year rather than last year. Rather than last year being strong. If it had been the other way round, they wouldn't have won the title this season. Liverpool would have had the season they had last season this season. They wouldn't have been able to recover from the lead they let slip. From the way they started the season. I mean, because they were very poor early on, very inconsistent. Still got a fabulous squad though, haven't they?
This squad always comes up trumps for them.
Yeah, when everybody else is struggling, they've always got another player on the bench, or if there's an injury, there's always somebody else to come in to replace them. It's not that it's a huge squad, because it's not even one of the biggest squads in the league. But because they keep it tight and they keep a squad that's of the right size, I would say it's the size you should be looking to work with. There's enough there to cover all positions, and it works. It's.
And they're also starting to use this academy a little bit now.
Yeah, he's been gradually being able to bring them in, hasn't he? I mean, he started off with Foden as the main one, but he's been gradually bringing a few more in. Rico Lewis, for instance. And they've got a fabulous academy. So, yeah, they've got some great youth players coming through. So, that could be the major difference.
I think City operate with about 20 senior players.
Yeah, 18.
About that, like 20. 18, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Yeah.
And all the clubs operate with 25, right?
Yeah.
24, 25. And the issue is like they have 21. Their 21 players is much better than anyone else's 21.
Yeah.
Much better. They operate with a much better average squad.
But when you've got 3 players less, for starters, there's 3 less transfer fees to have to pay out, 3 less set of wages, 3 less set of bonuses. It allows you to buy better players, or to begin with, even if you only had the same amount of money to spend as everybody else. So the fact they've got more money to spend means that they can really improve their squad over other people. So it's no wonder they've got such a good squad. Though he does make some shocking transfer decisions at times. Calvin Phillips, for instance. And yet
what about Jack Grealish?
Yeah, well, people still seem to go on like he's been brilliant this season. Maybe it's me that I didn't see that at all. I don't know what.
Still not good enough.
Has he? What's he done?
Still not suited. I don't know. I have not watched a Man City play that many times.
Nor have I. That's why I'm saying I'm not sure. It's just no. What did he get? I mean, he's got what? Uh, 5 goals and 11 assists in total. You should be axed, but for a team when you're playing for Man City and you're an attacker, you've got to be getting double figures of goals, haven't you?
Yeah, but his game is not completely based on scoring goals.
But even so,
The issue is like one of his biggest strengths has been like moving the ball forward and winning a free kick. Like dribble 5 yards and get a free kick. The one team that doesn't make much use of set pieces and break up in plays is Man City.
yeah. But
So,
when you
so in theory, you would think like it would be counterproductive for them. But apparently, he's been very good this season. I've not watched him.
he's got less assists than Erling Haaland, and this is Erling Haaland who was struggling to get more than 2 or 3 touches of the ball in a game in the early part of the season.
Didn't he score like 5 goals with 9 touches
Something
in the
like that,
Champions League
yeah.
as well?
But I mean, if he,
5 goals with ridiculously low number of touches.
because he just wasn't getting the ball, just wasn't getting into him early on, and he wasn't getting involved in the build-up. They had to make a lot of changes to get him involved. I mean, it's obviously worked. It's got him to a Champions League final and a FA Cup final, but I'm still not convinced they couldn't easily upgrade on Grealish. Obviously, they'll be losing Gundogan in the summer, and you'd expect Calvin Phillips to be on his way out as well.
And what about Joao Cancelo?
Yeah, I mean that was a big thing, wasn't it? That dealt with that quickly, and if he didn't mess about, did he? Just sent him straight out on loan when he's come back from the World Cup complaining about not playing.
What happened there? Like, did they have a falling out?
Yeah, he wanted to
Or
put
did,
Cancelo expected to be first choice, and Pep wanted to left him to first off rested him. Then the team were playing well, so he just couldn't. He didn't put him back in the team. He preferred to go with a different setup because he was going with 4 centre backs, for long periods and stuff like so. It's a
what's
strange
it
one.
gonna be next season? This year it's been 4 centre backs. Next year is it gonna be no centre backs for them?
Yeah.
Just play fullbacks.
What's he gonna do? Because he always seems to want to rethink the game, doesn't he? And it's when you've got is it because he's so great at what he does, or is it just because he's able to spend so much money he can just buy whatever, the team that's so much better than everyone else, they can play any system and it doesn't fucking matter. That's the question, isn't it?
It's gotta be a bit of both. It's gotta be a bit of both.
I think so too. I think that's the answer really, is that it's both. Is that he's good, but you couldn't have done it without
And
a
also,
huge
like,
amount of money.
how is playing Nathan Ake at left back a revolutionary idea? That is how he broke into the first team football.
Yeah,
He doesn't play left back because apparently he hates playing left back. That's the thing.
yeah, he wants to play
Otherwise, he
midfield.
would be a left back.
He calls himself a midfielder, but
Does
yeah,
he still do that, or was it before
I don't know. He
before
did.
Man City?
Was saying he always called
I
himself
know,
a
like about 4 or 5 years ago, he's like, I want to play midfield, but
I think now
maybe
it's
it's changed now.
just a case of I'll play where just where I can play. Just want to play now because he had a long time where he couldn't get in the side, so I think he's just happy to play wherever they put him now, just as long as he's playing. This is how it should be as a player, to be fair.
Oh,
Yeah.
just on topic of Man City. Apparently, they've lost every like they've only beaten Arsenal away from home this season from the teams that finished in the top nine or
Wow.
top eight, however much it was. How can they be the greatest side ever if they couldn't beat Spurs away, Man United away,
And yet
Brighton?
they've strolled the league. How?
Yeah, ultimately they have, haven't they?
Yeah. They never really got out of first gear. They just cruised in the league, which is a sad indictment on the league's quality at the moment. That despite never
They were
really having,
dysfunctional. Despite Haaland scoring crazy amounts of goals, they were dysfunctional for about 6 months.
yeah, yeah, it took them ages to get going while they were trying to integrate him properly. Even though I mean, he was scoring goals like there was no tomorrow, but he wasn't playing as part of the team, which obviously Pep doesn't like. And I agree with him in that respect. I think what he's done is he's made it a better team and made him a better player. Yeah, yeah. It is worrying that they were this poor for most of the season and yet still won the league at a canter in the end. What happens if they play well
Oh,
next
you know what
season?
is also worrying? I think we've talked enough about City before as well, and we're just now trying to make the same point again and again. Do you know what's also worrying is that Bayern Munich have been shit all year.
Hmm.
They've been hopeless since April, and yet they ended up winning the league when all Dortmund needed to do was win the game
Yeah, yeah.
at home.
They couldn't even get a draw and make it different. Make it at least a fist. At
They
least
got a draw. They got a draw, Chris. It was 2-2. Dortmund lost the title on goal difference. Don't tell me you didn't check the results.
Ah, did they? I can't remember. I remember watching it, but I wasn't like really.
They
I
scored. They
remember they
scored
needed to
an
win.
equalizer late on.
Oh yeah, they did. I
I
just
I
remember
think
thinking.
I think they scored. I think they scored an equalizer after Bayern had scored a winner, so
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was less consequential.
I just remember watching it and thinking how bad Dortmund are without Bellingham. Awful side without Bellingham.
That's the thing. Like outside of Bellingham, there's not any player you would recommend another team competing for Champions League to sign.
Mm.
That's the fact.
I've got to say, in general, football, the players around the leagues is not at the same level of quality that you used to be around. Used to be normally you'd see 3, 4, 5 players in every team. You think they could step up a level. If you put them in a better side, you can see them being good players. But like most of the teams now, you look at them and you think, there's not really any. Maybe one at most that you think could step up a level. Most teams around the world now. Really does seem like the level of quality of footballers is going down. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Another just on the Bayern front. Finally, they got rid of Oliver Kahn and
Yeah, they
that
took your
country,
advice.
Hasan Salihamidzic. And you know how to end up with a right advisory fee for us, Bayern Munich. I think you guys charge around 50 euros as well. No, it's 35. I don't know how much. You guys have 66,000 capacity. I'm hoping for a decent chunk.
Yeah, they don't pay. They don't charge much for their tickets, Bayern. 'Cause, 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 'c much cheaper than English football. So, but yeah,
But still,
still,
66,000 fans.
it is good they followed your advice and got rid of Sally Hamisic and Khan at last.
Oliver Kahn.
But why they didn't do it much sooner instead of sacking Nagelsmann? They're a mess. They're another team that and yet they win the league. How can you be such a state and still win the league? It's just
They've been a clown show, to be polite to them this season. They've been a clown show, and yet they end up winning the league. It's a sad. It's actually quite sad for German football.
Very sad. What's that? 11 in a row?
Maybe might even be 12.
I think I can't remember. I think it was 11 in a row. I saw them holding up.
I know. I think I read like Muller has won 12 titles.
Maybe. Still, either way, it's still ridiculous, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't happen in a country like Germany where there should be competition, and there just isn't because Dortmund. They just don't. I mean, it wasn't even like they were a good. They're just not a good side when you watch them. If Bellingham doesn't perform, they've got nothing. Can't see. Well, I mean, where does he go from here? Because he's got to have. Obviously, he's injured, so might not even get a move this summer.
Surely he might be carrying an injury.
Yeah.
Before him.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you got something right. There you go. There's something to write on that sheet of paper. Though you did only say might, not he has. So I'm not sure it counts. So I'm not going to put it on there.
I don't know how severe the injury is. Maybe it's just. Maybe it's a 1 month layoff, or maybe it's. I don't know, but I say like it's safe to say it's gonna move on in the summer.
If you're after watching that, the way his teammates capitulated when all they had to do was win on the final day.
At home.
Yeah.
That is a very important thing as well.
And the team they were up against had nothing.
Dortmund have a brilliant, yeah, literally nothing to play for. They started the match. It was, what was it, 10th, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Outside of European places and comfortably safe, and they ended in the same position outside of Europe and comfortably safe.
Yeah, when you've got to consider your future, haven't you? If you're Bellingham,
I think
he can't improve. He can't improve playing there. You can't go much further. You know what I mean? As a player, he needs to push himself, I think. And that means.
And I think it's time for him to move on. Yeah. Upgrade.
Yeah. So get yourself to Liverpool, lads. Get yourself to Liverpool. If only. Anyway.
No, if he is sensible, then he'd like to play for a Champions League club.
Yeah, well, that'd mean Man City would probably be the one. If it was England.
He'd be a very good replacement. He'd be a very good replacement for Gundogan.
Wouldn't he just? Jeez, he'd be a good long-term replacement for De Bruyne.
Yeah. He'd be a very good replacement for Eriksen. He'd be a very good replacement for Xhaka. No, it'd be a very good replacement for Xhaka. Xhaka.
Oh no, you're going too far there. How can you replace Xhaka? I mean, God.
He'd be a very good replacement for Joe Linton or Son Longstaff, maybe even both.
Yeah, I'd rather have him than those two, I've got to say.
But apparently, It's a nice segue. Apparently, Luka Modric has a huge offer from the Saudi Arabian club, so he'd be a very good replacement for Luka Modric for Real Madrid as well.
Totally different kind of player, though.
Yeah, but still, he's a very good midfielder.
Fabulous. So's Modric, but he's more similar to Tchouaméni and Camavinga that they've already got. He's more of a style of them. I
I've gone
really
on
don't
record and said
see
it
why
many a
Madrid
times.
need them.
Real Madrid don't need to spend 100 million on any midfielder. It doesn't matter who it is.
Exactly. They need a
Because
defender.
they've got and attack. They need a
Yeah.
long-term replacement for Benzema, and they need someone who's gonna play off the right and be one of the best players, like it is the case with Vinicius.
Yeah, that's true. They definitely do need a lot more than a midfield, and midfield shouldn't even be something they're looking at the moment. But this is Madrid, and you just can't tell with them,
They're
can
more,
you?
yeah, they're more concerned about who is gonna make the most amount of noise, more so than who's gonna complete the team more.
Oh, I hope they don't sign him
And
though. I'd like to see. I mean, I'd like to see him play in England, obviously. 'Cause football's so I could watch him, but
okay. Would you rather him sign for Real Madrid or Man United?
yeah, that's what I was
And
just
before you
thinking.
answer, listen. Before you answer, the thing is, if he signs for Real Madrid, there is a chance that in few years' time he might move to Liverpool. If he signs for Man United, the chances of him moving to Liverpool are next to zero.
It's not just that; it's the fact that he'd be improving Man United by a huge amount to make it more difficult in the league. You know what I mean? Whereas if he goes to Real Madrid, yeah, he's a great player, but they've already got a great midfield, so he's not actually going to make that much of a difference if you're facing them in the Champions League. So I'd rather he went to them and did less to strengthen someone, someone I don't like, a team I don't like, than he went to another team where
Basically,
he
what you're
would
saying,
make.
listen. Basically, what you're saying is, if he moves to Real Madrid, what is the worst that could happen? They beat you 5-2 again.
Yeah, exactly. They beat us. We can't seem to beat them anyway, so what difference does it make? But if we went to
Oh,
Man
you're
United,
the
it'd make a
whipping
huge
boys.
difference. I don't understand it.
Liverpool are the whipping boys for Real Madrid.
I don't understand it because they're not a good Real Madrid side, and yet somehow they just seem to be able to pull out a win over us every time. It's really weird. They don't even play
And
well.
it's not even like, yeah, it's not even like they have it plain sailing or anything. Even the 5-2, they conceded a early goal, horrendous speed of play. And then Courtois had a brain fart. They go down 2-0, and then Allison returns the favor, and you guys end up losing 5-2.
It just seems like when it's against Real Madrid, it just seems like the players have a mental block, and the head goes,
It,
and
it seems like all of a sudden you guys just become Spursy.
yeah, they just expect to lose, so they do. That's how it feels. Anyway, I think we should call it there because it's like 4 hours we've done. I just noticed.
So just to end the stream then, uh, it might be remiss of ourselves to not mention that Mr. Aurelius De Laurentiis is such a great club president that after securing the Serie A title for the first time in what 30 years,
Yeah.
something like that, for Napoli,
Oh,
he's
Spalletti.
managed to
Yeah.
piece of he's managed to piece of the manager so much that he'd rather take a sabbatical than try and defend the title or try and play in the Champions League.
Astonishing that
Brilliant
is.
club president.
Yeah, De Laurentiis is just like he's up there with the worst of all time, isn't he? He just seems to always shoot himself in the foot or shoot the club in the foot, whatever way you want to put it.
Yeah, shoot the club in the foot. That is the thing. If he was shooting himself in the foot, that's all right. But
Yeah, it's not.
who would want to take after this season now?
There's no way you can go, really, is there? You can't go up from there, winning the league the way they did.
There is no up. There is no up, but a huge downfall.
And those celebrations, wow.
If there is a club that knows how to celebrate a victory.
It's guys. Did you see that thing somebody was saying about it's tribute to Maradona, like, because it's so many years after, so they went and won the Argentina went and won, and
Yeah, Napoli won.
yeah,
Barcelona won after 4 years or 5 years without winning the league as well.
yeah. I'm not too sure he was that keen on Barcelona though, because of the way they treated him. But yeah, anyway, so we were calling it there. So yeah, what do you do if you're Napoli? Who comes in? Do you think quickly before we finish? Jose Mourinho
I don't know, man.
did a
There's not,
good job.
but he's not gonna go to Napoli.
No, you wouldn't think so.
The only club he not on the move he might be after would be PSG.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely place for him. Did you see Gaultier saying about how he's worked with the best player ever, coached the best player in history, he says. I was thinking, I didn't know he'd worked with Pele or Maradona. And then I realised he was actually referring to Messi leaving. I was like, what the it's just those kind of quotes just annoy me.
He's also about to leave anyways.
Yeah, well, that's why he was talking about. He was saying about it. You know, it was an honour to work with the greatest player ever, and you realise, hang on, he's talking about Messi. He's not talking about the greatest player ever. Sorry. I'm gonna get
For you, it's
for that. You're not
Maradona.
allowed to say. You're not allowed to say it's not Messi's not the GOAT, are you? These days.
It's and the only person you can debate for is Ronaldo.
Yeah.
And then you'll get a huge chunk of people coming for your throat and huge number of people trying to defend you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's how the internet works.
The GOATs, but great players.
But I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I've told you this before as well. Kids who can hardly manage to eat food for themselves, who hardly know how to handle a spoon, know about Messi and Ronaldo. And the thing is, those idiots don't even watch football. I don't know how that happens.
Hype. It's just they read, they see the name, and that's it.
I don't know how my brother's son is aware of Cristiano Ronaldo, but he's a Ronaldo stan.
Probably because
he's 46 years old. No, we've never watched any football together. Never. And he's never actually seen me talk football, watched me, heard me talk football.
I don't think you should be allowed to watch football with kids because of your language.
That much I agree.
Yeah, I used to say that was.
You've heard me play FIFA.
Yeah, I used to make my.
And I don't take that seriously.
I used to make my daughter leave the room when I watched football. The only time I wouldn't. It's the only time I always, when she was around, I wouldn't swear, and